Hopefully we're going live in a second. Oh.
So 25.
Yeah, you're on there. What's up, everybody? Sorry, stream completely lagged out. I can't do any of the graphics that I tried to do, sadly, because the software cannot handle it. Yeah, the software is like basically completely shut down. So I'm actually using a different software. I can't even get my webcam up there right now, but we will have the bottom ticker and we'll break down each pick. So the rest of this should be fine. It's just not going to be as fancy. I tried to go all out for everybody, and yeah, it backfired, and I regret it all now. But yeah, we got Eric on here. We got Eric's camera on here.
What's up, guys? Shout out to Elias for the 1999
Yeah, appreciate it,
donation.
bro. Sorry this happened. Like, it's not even my fault. It only happened because I tried so hard to make the graphics really good for you guys. But we will have this bottom graphic. First two picks happened. Anthony Edwards, number 1 to Minnesota. James Wiseman, number 2 to Golden State. LaMelo Ball still on the board. Did not go number 1 or 2. And, yeah. So I'm just going to straight up close my other software. Oh, man, that's so sad. Anyway.
So I thought the Timberwolves were going to take LaMelo. They ended up going with the guy who was projected to be number 1 for a while. And can't say it's necessarily a bad decision yet. They're just going to have to find a way to make sure he doesn't become the next Wiggins on that roster, because they kind of wasted a number 1 pick on Wiggins before.
Yeah.
So they got to hope they don't have the same attitude issues and work ethic issues that they did with him. And then, but I mean, if he puts in the work, he can be a great player. He has the highest upside, in my opinion, in this draft. Just a matter of if he's going to work hard enough to do it.
Yep.
Shout out to Tom Fisher for the $5 dono. Thanks, man. No chat, just
All right, so this will work for you guys. Sorry, the graphics aren't as fancy. I can't even show you what I was gonna try and do, but yeah, it's a big bummer because I was really excited for that aspect of it, and I spent a lot of time on it. But I'm not gonna dwell on it. We're gonna enjoy this draft. We got third pick coming up. No, Eric.
Isaac says check Discord, but I don't have anything from him on Discord, so I don't know what he's talking about. Maybe he messaged you something.
I don't know.
But
LaMelo Ball goes number 3 to the Charlotte Hornets. I can't. There we go. All right, I gotta use the buttons on my TV for the volume. The thing is, this TV doesn't even have buttons. It has like sensors that aren't even marked. It's triggering. But okay, so LaMelo Ball goes number 3. We're gonna start breaking down picks. Here we go. LaMelo Ball goes number 3 to the Hornets. Interesting fit there. Have any of these top 3 picks been traded?
not yet. So that's what I was going to say about number 2. I thought all along that the Warriors should take Wiseman. Mm-hmm. I feel like he is going to fit in really well and do a lot of things that the Warriors could utilize in their sets and stuff, both offensively and defensively. Black screen.
Yeah.
And then, I thought for a minute they might have taken LaMelo just to do what they did last year with D'Angelo Russell and just try to maximize trade value and stuff like that. But I don't know. Wiseman's definitely the best pick if they're keeping it for them, I believe.
Yeah.
And I think you said you had him pushed him up to 1 on your board. I have number 2. So yeah.
Yeah, I did push him up to 1. Just because the questions with what's his face? Jeez, I'm blanking. Anthony Edwards.
Mm-hmm. And then yeah, don't let's not even say like, oh wow, that's an intriguing pick or really interesting what they're doing. Let's not do any of that kind of stuff. Let's just wait for the picks. I know we're a few minutes behind. Um, but it's I don't care if you want to watch it and spoil it yourself, but let's not spoil it for everyone that's trying not to have it
Yep.
spoiled. Chat.
All right.
And then so LaMelo, I feel like Hornets are a pretty good spot for him. So full disclosure, I have LaMelo rated 12th on on my Discord. All right, tell me to check
We're
Discord.
both scrambling. Oh, I need to relax and settle in here, man. Oh man.
What?
What?
This isn't from Woj. It's from John Krasinski.
Who?
I think he's a pretty respected guy.
What did he say?
Not the guy from The Office, but anyways, he says the Timberwolves are in talks to trade the 17th pick to OKC for Ricky Rubio and picks 25 and 28. What are the Timberwolves doing?
For Ricky Rubio?
Why
Aren't they
they're
over the
getting
cap?
Rubio
How are they
back?
matching his salary?
I don't know if they're matching his salary. If they're not, they're the only way I could think of is like James Johnson kind of fits, and that gives OKC an expiring contract versus Rubio still has 2 years left on his deal. So I think that's a good trade for OKC. I just don't. You got D'Angelo Russell in a trade last year. Like, why do you want Ricky Rubio back as your backup point guard and paying him $34 million over the next 2 years? I don't know.
Yeah,
that seems kind of weird. I don't know if it's for sure yet, but
yeah, that part doesn't make sense to me. But
and Benny, come on, man, you know better.
did he spoil?
No, I just said not to do stuff like, oh, that's interesting or intriguing. He's like, Chicago took an L. We haven't even gotten to the pick yet, nursery. So let's try not to spoil it in chat. Like I said,
don't spoil. Don't like tease it. If you, why are you guys even paying attention to Woj, man? We'll break stuff for you. We'll break any trade stuff. You guys can hear the picks with us right here.
I'm trying to get centered because you moved my camera way over.
Yeah, I was just trying to clear up screen.
Or maybe you can move it back over so I don't have to move. All right, here's the Bulls.
The Bulls take Patrick Williams, number 4 overall. Big reach there. I did see Patrick Williams projected 4th on NBADraft.net in their mock draft, and I did not expect that. We heard he got a promise. 4th overall, Eric, for Patrick Williams. How do you feel about that?
So, third pick is 12th on my big board, and the 4th pick is 17th on my big board.
I had Patrick Williams 12. I mean, and he's a good fit there, and, you know, it's not like there was one of the consensus top 3 on the board. I'm just very, very shocked over a guy like Avdia, over a guy like Toppin. Just pretty big reach there. Considering the guy didn't really produce much at Florida State. He didn't even average 10 a game. And he goes number 4 overall. He does have potential. He is an intriguing player. I wouldn't have taken him probably wouldn't have taken him top 10, but I did have him ranked 12th. But he's like in that range with like Sadiq Bey and Nesmith. I feel like he's like in that tier. So for him to go 4 is crazy. Very unexpected. Benny, please don't spoil, but yeah, you were right with that analysis, because I think this is a pretty poor pick.
Well, so it was rumored that the Pistons, if they didn't find a way to trade up, were going to take him at 7. So I guess they could have maybe traded down a spot or two, but if Cleveland knows that the Bulls are trading or wanting to pick Patrick Williams, then I don't know why they would trade, because they probably get who they wanted all along now. And Reese sent me something that the Knicks are interested in Obi Toppin, and that's their target. They're trying to move up to 5 right now.
That'd be a good pick. Obi Toppin. I got Obi 2nd on my board.
Is there any way you can move my camera over? I'm like in a really awkward.
Where? Which direction?
Like, can you just center it right now from where I'm at?
Yeah, I have it on the screen over the draft, and it's kind of hard to tell like when the picks are going to be announced. So that works.
Oh, thanks. Dionysus, no. Let me just say this for everyone watching. If your idea has the word Whiteside in it, or the name Whiteside and the word Sinutrade in it, no, it's not possible. It's not going to happen. Don't even waste time talking about it or thinking about it. Like, there's no point.
Agreed.
Especially not for Blake Griffin, because Detroit would want to have to pay like $30 million for Whiteside. That's not happening. The Whiteside. Whiteside Sinutrade.
Alrighty. So,
Fifth pick is not
settling in here. Settling in here. Don't spoil the pick. Let me pull up chat. I got everything set up how I want it.
Got about 150 people less. Oh well.
Oh, that's fine.
But shout out to all you who came back. Thank you.
Bro, those graphics were gonna be so sick. I'm trying so hard not to dwell on them, man. Those graphics were gonna be so sick, and it's such a bummer that everything completely crapped the bed.
I think the LaMelo pick by the Hornets could pretty much guarantee that they won't trade for Westbrook. I mean, that'd be really awkward.
Bro, let's get Westbrook and LaMelo Ball together.
I mean, I kind of want it to happen just to see.
And then they can sign Hassan Whiteside, too.
Westbrook would kill LaMelo and LeVar, probably. I'm all for that.
Hey, Tom Fisher...
They could trade for, like, Julius Randle or something as their big man and then just go all out with...
Shout out Tom Fisher, $5 donation. That's Trailblazer 18, if you didn't know, Eric. Appreciate it, man.
I already talked to him earlier. What's up?
At least we got the bottom ticker, because most draft streams don't even have that, so, we're still better, bro. But, oh, man, the graphics that I was going to do was going to be insane. Oh, man, I can't dwell on that. I should shut up, but, yeah, still got decent viewership, considering we completely botched. Like, here's what happened, for those of you who don't know, since we're in between picks. My streaming software basically froze and was completely glitching out. I thought, okay, maybe I could close it and then reopen it, and it would maybe, like, fix itself. But then I couldn't even reopen it. And it's because it can't handle all the stuff that I have in it right now, graphically. So that's why I can't do the graphics. I'm using a completely different streaming software right now that can actually function. Because the software I put those graphics in like can't even function right now. It sucks, but it is what it is. Keep marching forward. And still gonna have a really good stream for you guys. So
NBA Forever, I don't think it's lagging. I don't know. It might just be your... I don't think it's lag.
We got enough people in here that we'd probably see like 20 people say lag if we lagged, so I'm not going to worry about it. If one person says lag, I wouldn't respond to it because we'll know.
And welcome back, Mac Mole, even though you said you weren't going to come back. Appreciate you coming back.
Yeah, don't, because now we have everybody saying that we're not lagging. Yeah, don't respond to
let's
lag.
not spam chat.
Well, they're just letting you know that they're not lagging. Just don't say lag unless it's like everybody, then we'll know. Shout out Beephead 2. Still love you, Tori. Love you too, bro. Thank you for the $5 dodo. Who do you think goes fifth here to Cleveland?
If it's Toppin, I think it's part of a trade. If they keep it, I think Okoro is a guy I've heard them being interested in.
Yeah, that would be a reach in my opinion, but
I don't think they expected Patrick Williams to go ahead of them. That was kind of like a Cleveland pick in front of them, like Dion Waiters at 4 when you got Dame and Andre Drummond and Harrison Barnes on the clock
Yeah.
still. But so they're
We got
probably
6th pick. Can't even. They take Isaac Okoro, number 6.
5. It's
Or
5.
number 5. So you still got some decent players on the board. Isaac Okoro, I had 18th on my big board. I am not high on Isaac Okoro at all. I don't think he'll ever be able to shoot. His shot is beyond broken. He can defend, and they needed a defensive 3 there. So, like, a defensive standpoint, they needed a guy like him. He's got to learn how to shoot, though. If he can learn how to shoot, this will be a good pick. Because it'll open up other parts of his game. Because he's a solid ball handler, a solid, like, an underrated playmaker. But the problem is he's not going to be able to, like, utilize that stuff properly if defenses are completely sagging off on him because he can't shoot. Like, he needs to make defenses respect his shot. So that's the thing with him is, like, he's one of these guys where it's like, if he develops a jumper, he could be really good. If he doesn't develop a jumper, he probably won't be good at all. I don't think he'll develop it, though.
Sorry, straight bands. That's our Cavs fan in here. I don't know where blanking on his name, but we had that other Cavs fan, that Alex Wolf or something.
Who'd you want? Who'd you want, Bands? I'm curious. Did he say earlier?
No.
Avdia would have been interesting, but it wouldn't have helped your defense.
Here's the thing with Okoro. He's probably the best suited player to guard like LeBron's, Kawhi's, those type of big wing offensive players. Mm-hmm. So I get the intrigue from that point of view. You know, you got a couple of point guards in the last 2 drafts for Cleveland. You have still some aging or veteran centers in Drummond and Kevin Love. So you did need a small forward. It's just Okoro seems like he's destined to be more of a role player than a star, and at this point in a rebuilding Cavs team, I don't know if going for role players similar to what Chicago did the pick before with Patrick Williams, I don't know if that's the best way to go about filling out your roster.
Yep. You got Bruce Pearl on the screen in 360p. I'm going to actually have the stream on my phone as well and turn up the volume on my phone instead of my TV. My TV is triggering. I don't know if any of you out here have a TV like this, but the buttons on the TV, I don't have the remote because of course I lost it like years ago, but to turn up the volume, I have to like put my finger over a sensor that's not even marked. So just like a random spot along the bottom of the TV. That's why I was struggling to turn it up when picks were getting announced. So I'll just do it on my phone. It'll be a lot easier to do.
And Reese, real quick, you don't have to tell us if picks have been leaked ahead of time. That's fine. Don't do that.
Reese is going all out though, man. Reese is putting in the effort.
Just let us know about trades and other stuff. I don't want to hear that.
Yep.
Like pick 7's already been set in stone or whatever, unless there's a trade.
Yeah. Who should Atlanta take?
If I'm Atlanta, I'm taking Halliburton. I think he is a great fit with Trae Young, and that would be a very, very intriguing backcourt for the foreseeable future.
I'd take Okongwu. Okongwu would be a great long-term center for them, I think. Halliburton,
yeah, I mean they got Capella last year. They have
I feel
John
like Capella
Collins
ain't
still.
the long-term fit there though.
Yeah, I mean he's on a good contract, but yeah, I don't know. I mean I wouldn't have a problem. I like Okongwu too. Yeah, I mean if they're gonna trade John Collins, if he's not part of their long-term plans, and they're looking to move on from him before they have to pay him this year. He's in the last year of his rookie deal. Then I would definitely look at Toppin here as well. But yeah, it's. I
wonder how far Toppin will fall.
Yeah, there's also Killian Hayes. I think is a good fit next to Trae Young as well. I would just solidify that backcourt, and you have your Dame and CJ type backcourt set for at least 6-7 years probably.
Yeah,
That's the route I would go, but I don't think you can go wrong either way.
agreed.
Yep. I know they have Kevin Herter, but I mean, he's played decently. It's just I don't know if he's like best suited as a starting shooting guard. I think he would be a little better running the bench unit maybe. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Pick is in. Let's see. Are they going to it? Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, I also like so we just named like four players that are good options. So this is the type of situation where if you're not 100% sold on one of them over the other three, this is where you trade down to 9 and then you still are guaranteed to have one of those four players fall to you, and then you maybe pick up an additional asset or a player to do that. So I would definitely be looking at that kind of stuff too if I was Atlanta. I don't know if they will or not, but yeah.
Sorry, I'm just trying to sync up the stream with my phone. So
Benny,
the audio on my phone will match it.
Benny, I know you love trolling, but please just no trolling. No, like
Yeah.
yes, because that's what Woj says. This person they have a laser focus on this player, and yeah.
Yeah, come on, Benny. Don't make me put you in timeout. All right, here we go with the pick.
To the podium. With the 6th pick in the 2020 NBA Draft, the Atlanta Hawks select Onyeka
Good pick.
Okongwu from the University of Southern California.
Good pick.
Nice.
That
Yeah.
suggests Clint Capella might not be the long-term center there in Atlanta. Okongwu was a good long-term pick, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
I
the
mean,
defense-
he was the
I mean,
best player on
Capella's-
my board.
Capella's
other
a
than-
good defender, but
Mhm.
Kongwu is a little younger, and I project him to have a little better offensive game than just dunking around the basket like Capella does. So I think that's a really good pick for Atlanta.
Yep.
He's wearing Atlanta red too.
Yep. I think the safe spots would have been like him going to Chicago or him going to Atlanta, so wearing red makes sense for him. I mean, Cleveland's red too, so. Do you think they trade Capella for a guard? I think they might shop Capella, but you might. I feel like they'll probably keep Capella and develop Okongwu as the backup center for a year or two. Okongwu's young, so they don't need to slot him in as a starter right away.
Yeah. Yeah, you can play them. They'd have a hard time playing both those guys together. But
I have seen Gordon Hayward to Atlanta rumors. I don't know how legit they are, but Clint Capella makes sense for the Celtics, so maybe you might see a Clint Capella for
Codename
Gordon
Ace
Hayward.
just mentioned that too. Yeah.
Yeah. And Atlanta might have the cap space to just do that without matching salary, and that could save Boston some serious cash and get him a legit starting center. That's very possible, I think.
Yeah, I think that would be. I mean, I don't. It seems like a weird move for Atlanta, but if you're just giving up Capella and some of the secondary pieces that aren't part of your core, I think that's a good move for both teams.
I feel like 7 with Detroit could be a surprise pick.
Well, this is where I had heard Patrick Williams was going.
Yeah.
So
that's the thing. I thought they got 16-7 to maybe move up to try and get LaMelo. If not, I was like, okay, they're gonna stay at 7 and take Patrick Williams. They get neither of those guys.
yeah, see, to me at 7, I'm Detroit needs a playmaking guard to build around. So I'm probably taking Hayes here over Halliburton, even though I have Halliburton rated higher on my big board. I think Hayes might be a little better suited to be the lead guard versus Halliburton can kind of play both positions, so that's why he fits better on some other teams maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think you could go wrong with either of those guys. Toppin is interesting too, but you still have Blake Griffin on your roster. They're kind of similar players. I wouldn't factor that into my decision, but definitely. I don't know. I don't know if Toppin fits in. You got Christian Wood, seemingly probably going to be back with them as long as they want him back because they can pay him the most amount of money. But yeah, I don't know. Eric asked who was the second overall pick. It was James Wiseman to the Warriors.
Which is a good pickup for the Warriors. I don't like that, man.
Yeah.
He's perfect. He's a great fit for him. He's the best player in this draft, in my opinion. Like, but also, you know, they deserve. If Clay really got hurt, like for the season, they definitely deserve the second overall pick for losing 2 seasons of Clay. Man, that's rough.
Yeah. And Dionysus wanted me to tell you that. We have over double the viewers of Blazers Edge feed.
Good to hear, man.
Thought you would like that.
Yeah, but they're trying to branch into what I'm doing. They're trying to compete.
So,
I'm making a website. They're branching into YouTube. We got the pick up right now.
NBA draft. The Detroit Pistons select Killian Hayes.
Killian Hayes, solid pickup. He was one of the higher ranked players on my board at this point in the draft. They kind of needed they needed a guard, like a legit dynamic guard. That's kind of what they're missing right now. I mean, I guess you could say Luke Kennard's that, but I felt like they needed like a lead ball handler. He's actually an intriguing fit with Luke Kennard if they keep Luke Kennard long term because both can play make, and Killian Hayes is a good defender. He would likely guard the best guard in that backcourt, and you could hide Kennard on the worst one. I like Killian Hayes' game. He has to shoot more consistently. He has to get dialed in from 3. A lot of the prospects in this draft, they just have to be able to shoot. But he can defend. He can do a bunch of different things. He can slash. He has some shot creation ability, some playmaking ability. He's going to be a fun guy to watch. I'm intrigued to see how he does off the bat in the NBA. Surprisingly, though, he's the first European guy to go. You still have Avdija on the board. I thought Avdija might go here, number 7 to Detroit. You still have Avdija on the board, but I like this pick for them. He and Halliburton were both kind of had similar grades for me. I had them both above Avdija as well. I have Avdija 9th on my big board. I had Killian Hayes 6th, I believe. So good pick, good value here for Detroit. They don't get LaMelo Ball, but they get a guard who I think could definitely be better than LaMelo. I had Killian Hayes ranked a little bit higher than LaMelo just because I have confidence in his defense. I have more confidence in his 3-point shot. He has a higher floor than a LaMelo Ball, in my opinion. He should end up being a useful player for them long term.
Yeah, I really like this fit for him. Just getting to come over, he can be the man and run a team. He might not be ready right away, but it's a good spot for him to get minutes and learn on the job. And there's nothing in his path. I mean, I know they have Derrick Rose. I expect them to trade Rose at some point this offseason. But yeah, I think that's a really good fit.
Yep. You still got three really good players on the board. You still got Toppin, who has fallen to 8th. I have him the second best player in this draft. I am surprised that he's still on the board. By the way, if you're watching this, quick reminder, don't spoil picks or you could get banned. Do not spoil picks.
We realize we're a couple minutes ahead. Just don't type in the chat if you're watching ahead of us.
Yeah. Or you can, if you have cable, you could pause your ESPN stream and match it up with ours if you want.
Yeah, so it was interesting because Reese was telling me earlier that the Knicks were trying to move up for Toppin. They don't end up trading up, and they could still draft him.
Yeah, I expect Toppin to go here. He's going to be their Amari 2.0.
Yeah, I would think about Halliburton too, but Kyler, man, come on, dude.
Dude, what did I just say, bro? I just said don't spoil picks. If somebody does that right after I say don't spoil picks, like, yeah, definitely put their ass in timeout. Do not spoil picks, please. Honestly, when we get close to draft picks, I'm not gonna read chat.
Yeah.
I'm
just trying to.
Yeah, it's like I want to read chat.
Yeah.
I'll read chat like right after the pick is in, but the thing is, I'm also trying to break down the pick, so it's kind of tricky. Yeah.
I don't know how accurate this is too, but Reese just said that the Heat told Kendrick Nunn that don't be surprised if you're traded tonight or something. I don't know why they would tell him that. That seems weird.
Yeah.
I guess that's better than finding out on Twitter you got traded or something, but yeah.
I feel like this draft is moving fast, dude.
Yeah.
I'm surprised how fast this draft is moving. Granted, the last draft I watched was the NFL draft, and they take like 10 minutes between picks in the first round.
LaMelo went third to the Charlotte Hornets. But yeah, so yeah, for me, it's either Toppin or Halliburton at this point for the Knicks. I would take Toppin over Halliburton, but I understand. I mean, the Knicks have a bunch of forwards and stuff right now. Once again, if you're a team like the Knicks, I don't think you should let that play into your decision-making process. But
here we go with the Knicks. I mean,
yeah.
2020 NBA Draft. The New York Knicks select Obi Toppin.
He didn't even spoil. Obi Toppin, number 8 to New York, man. Happy for him. I love Obi Toppin. I love Obi Toppin, man. I love his game. I love his personality. Knicks finally get a winning pick at number 8. I feel like they keep missing on some of their first round picks. Yeah, really happy for Toppin, man.
Yeah.
He has to play in New York City. He'll be a guy that I feel like Knicks fans will love. He's a highlight maker. He's a highlight machine. Was probably the best player in college basketball last season. Yeah. That guy that spoiled the pick spoiled it wrong, so it wasn't even a spoiler. So I guess you can't even. Yeah. That's the thing. You can't even necessarily believe if somebody spoils it, but we have to keep no spoilers just to try and discourage that type of stuff. But Toppin, man, they needed a 4 that was like young because last offseason they signed like 4 power forwards that were all veterans and not a part of their long-term future. So Toppin fits in quite nicely, I think, and he has a chance. He'll be
exciting, yeah.
He has a chance to legitimately. He might be the front runner for Rookie of the Year because he's gonna start. They don't have much talent. He's gonna have the opportunity to be able to make things happen. He's gonna have the ball in his hands. And he might be one of the most NBA-ready players in the draft. He might be the most NBA-ready player in the draft. So he is my front runner for Rookie of the Year right now. Yeah, he's gonna he honestly could put up like 17, 18 points per game his rookie season. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened.
Yeah, I love Obi Toppin. I think his lack of defensive skills is way overblown. I think he's a smart defender, and if he's just taught a little better technique, I think he can be good enough defensively to overcome some of those weaknesses there. But offensively, this guy is a beast. His shot is going to translate to the NBA. He's going to be able to be a stretch 4. He's basically going to have Blake Griffin type athleticism with a ready-made jump shot heading into the league. We've seen Blake Griffin kind of develop a 3-point shot throughout his career, develop a little bit of playmaking skills as well. Obi Toppin is already a good passer and a good shooter, on top of being super freakishly athletic with the cool dunks and stuff. So it's going to be interesting to see him on a team like the Knicks, where he's going to be the man in that city, and hopefully they can build a good team around him.
I'm going to have to listen to this Toppin interview after the draft. Yeah. I don't want to play too much of the audio. I don't want to risk getting YouTube upset, good old copyright. But, yeah, I mean, they're next to Amari, man, because he kind of reminds me of Amari. Now you just need to bring Melo back. Old Melo.
Wampet Gaming, I'm not sure what you mean, but we did retweet it.
Did you tweet the new link, Eric?
Yeah. I
Okay.
tweeted it from Blazers Uprise and
Dope.
my account. So I
Appreciate
don't
you
know.
looking out though, Wampit.
You might want to retweet it because I know you have a few different followers than me, but
I will do so.
Randall Pig Point says Woj no tweets in 7 minutes. Someone take his pulse. All right, so
Somebody
now
took
we're on
his
the
phone.
Wizards. So I'm gonna say Avdia here.
Yeah.
I think they. I mean, their GM just came out and said they we're not going to trade Bradley Beal. I don't know if that's just posturing or not, but uh, I'd be surprised if they traded him. They seem to think getting Wall back will put them back into the playoff picture and all that stuff. So I think Avdia would be the best prospect if they're not going to trade him. If they were going to trade him, I'd say take Halliburton or whatever, and just reshape your backcourt that way. But yeah, Avdia probably fits better if they're trying to go for the playoffs again.
Yep. So.
But they'll probably take someone like Devin Vassell or.
I mean, I'd be surprised if they didn't. Whoa! Why did my chair go all the way back like that? The hell? I just stubbed my toe and everything. I thought I was gonna fall. That would have been a clip. I'd be surprised if they didn't go Avdia. Just Avdia fallen past 9. Maybe some of the other teams had the same concerns we did with Avdia, because me and you both had him 9th on our big board. He was projected to go a lot higher. He was rumored potentially to go as high as 2 to Golden State. That's not happening. I don't know, but it's the Wizards, man. I feel like the Wizards could give us a surprise pick here.
Yeah. So Portland Trailblazers fan, I don't post fake trades either. He says, "Yo, they just traded Melo to the Knicks for Randall." I'm assuming you're talking about Carmelo Anthony, which isn't even possible for us to do that because he's a free agent and we can't even pay him enough to sign and trade him for anyone. So, yeah.
Yeah, don't do fake trades.
Yeah, it's about to be 6 for us.
Yeah. So here we go with the Wizards. Let's see who they take.
With the 9th pick in the 2020 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Denny Avdia
Figured.
from Herzliya, Israel.
I kind of wanted a surprise pick there, but
yeah,
he's in a wine house. Look at. Oh man. Yeah, not a surprise pick there. Fits in at small forward and will be an intriguing guy. I wonder how many minutes he'll get off the bat in Washington. He probably won't start, but I do expect him to get some PT.
Mm-hmm. LaMelo went 3rd to the Charlotte Hornets.
Yep.
I don't know why people come in here and ask that instead of just looking it up, but
and you have the draft results on the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, they
Granted,
should go
they
by.
move slower. Bro, I don't like these graphics this year.
Yeah, see, Avdia's the guy who I really like everything about him watching him play, but his numbers don't match that when you look at him. He doesn't shoot well, even though his shot looks good and he seems like he could score, do stuff off the dribble. He seems like he could be a playmaking type wing, but his assist numbers aren't great. His free throw percentage is bad. So if his production ever matches how he's viewed as a player, that's the type of guy who could really be a steal at the 9th pick, but he also has a lot of bust potential if he never figures that kind of stuff out.
Yep. 10th here, Phoenix has to be Halliburton. Halliburton is a great fit next to Devin Booker long term after Chris Paul declines, leaves, retires, whatever. Halliburton's a great fit next to Devin Booker. He's the best player on the board. This Halliburton makes too much sense for Phoenix to pass on him. I would be shocked if they passed on him. It would be an absolute shock, man. They have to go Halliburton here.
See, they lost a little bit of depth in the trade because they traded 3 point guards
Yeah.
in their move for Chris Paul, and then they also traded Oubre. So it wouldn't shock me if they took a Vassell here
Mm-hmm.
just to get some more wing depth. I know Mikal Bridges started to come on at the end of last year.
I hate that
Um,
Vassell pick.
I would too, but I kind of want him to because I'm kind of over these people overhyping the Suns right now. But
Yeah.
uh, yeah, Halliburton be a great fit. Obviously, he would start his career off as a backup guard, but as you said, Chris Paul is more of a short-term solution for their problems. Um, so yeah, I'd probably still take Halliburton because he's the highest rated on my board, but a guy like Neesmith might enter the picture here because having an extra shooter around with Chris Paul able to kick out to him and stuff, and put him on the opposite side of the court of Booker might allow someone like Ayton to thrive underneath a little more. So I wouldn't be surprised, or if they were going to go a shocker, I would say maybe a guy like Precious just to get another big defender out there. Because Vassell's more of a wing defender, whereas Precious could guard like some bigger wings and maybe even some big men. So just to get a little bit more versatile defensively. But yeah, there's a lot of different ways they could go here, but Halliburton's the best player on the board in my opinion.
Yep. I'm going to try and actually use the graphics in a way that won't hurt OBS at all. I have an idea. All right, let me try and do it. Who's up next? We got Phoenix. All right. Let me try and do this. I want you guys to at least see what I was going to do. The problem is I had it all like preloaded in OBS, but I can just put it in while it happens and not have anything preloaded and just change it while it happens. That's probably the best way.
Shervin says that he thinks Nasir is better than Patrick Williams. That could be the case.
Sorry, Eric, I'll move you back. There we go.
Oh, I can move. I just moved myself around.
All right, so image pick number. If we do it like this, okay, pick number 10.
Yeah, Nas would probably go around here if he was in this draft. Plus, you got to look at it as UNC had an awful year. If they had someone like Nas, he would have been, especially once Cole Anthony got hurt, he would have been the man on that team and gotten. He might have even been used more as a playmaker than he was in his 1 year there. They kind of used him off the bench as a shooter, which wasn't his strength at the time. So he definitely would have raised his draft stock if he went back and been in this range. So I'm glad we have him on this roster. He's kind of like our draft pick since we don't have one this year. Same with Wenyan.
I think I might be able to make this work.
Nice.
Hopefully. Oh, I didn't mean to put any of it on the screen yet. It was just automatically doing that. So.
Yeah, I don't know what to make about the Harden situation, Eric. I think maybe they might trade him, but they don't have to be in any hurry to accept some offer, and they definitely don't have to grant his wish to be traded to Brooklyn. So I hope they just hold out for the best possible thing. Man, there's been about at least 30 people who have just come in and asked where LaMelo Ball has gotten drafted over the last half an hour.
I feel like people are trolling. They have to be. Come on, guys. Are you not watching the draft? He went third to Charlotte. That's also something you could just Google, probably, at this point. But
he says he's not trolling. What's up, Wolf?
This will be a little harder to do than the way I had it, but this is going to work.
I'm bringing chill.
Okay, I'm actually happy. Why didn't I do this earlier?
Shervin, you don't have to whine. There's still 6 picks before the Blazers would have been picking.
All
So
right,
you
here
don't.
we go. We got Phoenix's pick.
The University of Maryland.
They take Jalen Smith, number 10,
Wow.
which is a guy who I thought was very underrated. I think he's a good fit there as a 4. Surprised they didn't go with Halliburton, but Jalen Smith was number 10 on my board. I felt like he was being underrated in this draft process. His game translates beautifully to the NBA. Let me get... I accidentally put Halliburton up there. Let me get Jalen Smith up there. I think I have a hotkey set to like change the scene, which I need to fix. There we go. Jalen Smith goes number 10 overall. Let's see here. Big board rankings. I'll put our big board rankings for Jalen Smith up there as well.
It's kind of weird with he's kind of a weird fit with Ayton, but yeah, I guess you could play a little bit of power forward.
I'm surprised
maybe.
they didn't take Halliburton or point guard in general, but I mean they did get Chris Paul. I think Jalen Smith could come in and give him minutes right away, maybe as a backup center. Baines is a free agent, or a backup 4. I think he can play both. I think this is solid pick. I would have went Halliburton. I'm surprised they passed on him, but it's a solid pick nonetheless. Also, this is what I was gonna do graphically. Looks good, huh? This is what I was trying to do. You guys happy with that?
No, it's a little off center. The line's like a centimeter over from the middle. So sorry, not good enough.
Oh, easy fit. No. I'm actually glad you said that because like that's how I know like our cameras are centered. So, oh wait, closer. We got closer with that one. I think this one's the goal one. Yep, there we go. Dude, why does my chair lean back further than it used to? What the? I hate that.
Just push it in so it doesn't lean back at all.
But like, I don't know if there's like a. Did I break my chair, man? What the hell?
So the Jalen Smith is really intriguing. He's a guy who can both pick and pop and pick and roll. So he's good at throwing lobs too, but he also has some potential to really be a consistent 3-point shooter in the NBA. So, I mean, he opens up a lot of options for both Chris Paul and Booker off his screens. And then defensively, he's a really solid rim protector. He needs to shore up his frame a little bit. He's really strong up top, but not down low. So he needs to work on his legs, not skip leg day, and get a little stronger to guard some of the bigger centers in the NBA. But yeah, I really like that fit offensively, at least for what he could do with Chris Paul and Booker.
If you see it switch to the Spurs, don't panic. Jalen Smith ain't going to the Spurs. I'm just trying to figure out. Did it switch to the Spurs for like a half second? Why is it doing that?
Yeah, it might mean that Aaron Baines is gone. Or Saric. I don't know if they'll... Yeah, it said for like 0.25 seconds it switched.
Dang, that sucks. I don't know why it's doing that. I can't. Just software being weird.
But yeah, I don't know. It's always hard for me because you don't know what teams were looking at Jalen Smith. You had mentioned that he's a guy who could rise on draft night, but you wonder with all these teams rumored to be wanting to move up if they could have gotten an extra pick or if OKC would have overpaid to move up there or something. Mm-hmm. Definitive one, we still have a long ways to go.
So now you got San Antonio 11 on the clock. Halliburton would be a great pickup for San Antonio. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go with like a Pokuševski. I feel like that's a very Spurs-like pick.
They have they got Derek White, DeJounte Murray. They have some young guards already. I mean, I guess it doesn't hurt to have another one.
Is somebody playing Among Us in your room? I swear
No?
I'm hearing like Among Us sound effects. Chat, you hear that? Anyway, go on. I've been hearing that. Like, I feel like I've been hearing that the past 10 minutes. I don't know what it is, bro.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Trevin said Lonnie Walker too. Yeah, so they
I think
already
it's your
have
chair,
several.
actually.
They might. They could always trade some of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I. They're definitely trying to move Patty Mills. I don't know if they'll be successful doing so, but that's a lot of guards. But when you're in a situation like the Spurs, they still have technically DeRozan as well. Um, when you're in a situation like the Spurs, I think you just got to take whatever the best player you think
Whoa, what
is.
just happened?
I wouldn't be surprised to see them, like you said, swinging for a Poku or taking a Vassell here as well. Sadiq Bey was a guy early on, kind of linked to them. Kind of a Rudy Gay-esque player. Rudy Gay has one more year left on his deal, I believe. Yeah, I don't know. They can go in a number of ways here.
I just messed things up, so give me a second. Everything will still display just fine, but... What in the world? Oh my goodness. Weird.
Wolf says he's confused. Anthony Edwards got selected by the Timberwolves.
Devin Vassell goes number 11 to the Spurs. I don't like this pick. I don't like this pick, man. I don't like Devin Vassell's game. I don't like his offensive game. Great defender, really good team defender. I don't think his three-point shot translates well to the NBA three-point arc, just the way he shoots. He shoots the ball like all forward motion, way above his head. Other than that, he can't really do anything offensively at all. But granted, San Antonio is a great developmental system, and they might be able to develop him.
Mm-hmm. Definitive one likes this pick. Yeah, I guess if he's gonna succeed, that's one of the better places for him to go. Yeah, I don't like his shot mechanics at all. Even if he was joking, I still noticed it way too much.
Yeah.
Huh?
With that clip, yeah.
Yeah. But he's another player who, much like we talked about with Patrick Williams and Abdi a little bit, I felt like he would have been a better fit, like a Matisse Thybulle last year on a good team, where you come in and just be like a defensive stopper. You don't really have to worry about being like the future core, like important piece of your team. So I'm a little surprised that they took more of a role type player versus someone with the best upside. But yeah, like watch the Spurs develop him into an all-star wing or something. But I definitely like his demeanor and the way he plays the game of basketball. I just don't like some of his techniques offensively.
Yep.
I also, because who was it that went to the combine and measured a little shorter than we thought they were?
I forget.
As a wing. I'm blanking on it too. There was someone that was like rumored to be like 6'6" with a 6'10" wingspan. And,
are you thinking of Jemias Ramsey?
Yeah, maybe that was it. Yeah.
He was supposed to be like 6'4" with like a 6'10" wingspan. He was like 6'2.5" with a 6'6" wingspan. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that there's a reason he didn't go to the combine, because I think that would have came out that he was because when he plays, it doesn't look like he has a 6'10" wingspan to me. He plays a little smaller than he was listed at, because like he doesn't look 6'6" either. So I think he skipped the combine just so he wouldn't have like an official measurement on that. But I mean, I could be wrong on that. Who knows? But yeah, I'm not super high on Vassell either. But I get the intrigue in him, I guess.
Yep. Sorry, I gotta rebuild this screen because I accidentally deleted it because I'm dumb.
Reese Reese just said that Woj tweeted that New Orleans is looking to trade the 13th pick.
I wonder what they're looking for that. There hasn't been as many trades as I expected at the start of this draft, but that's kind of how last year was too.
Yeah, and then like every single pick in the second round.
Yeah. So here we go with Sacramento. Jeez, they turned to this Tyrese Halliburton. I gotta delay my my phone stream more. That's why it keeps ended up being late. But Tyrese Halliburton, 12 to the Kings. Interesting fit there. I guess he can play the 2 next to De'Aaron Fox. It's just a good value pick. And there's been rumors about De'Aaron Fox not wanting to be there as well, so we'll see how that pans out. Maybe Halliburton is the replacement there.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like Halliburton. I have him 5th on my board. I think he's just going to be a fantastic player. I really like seeing the growth from his freshman year to his sophomore year. I think he's going to be a legitimate 20-plus point per game scorer at his peak in the NBA. And I think he has some playmaking skills, can play either guard spot, can do some things defensively as well. Maybe not like a lockdown defender, but like more than capable of getting the job done on both ends. I just really like this guy.
Yep. So that's kind of like he fell a bit more than was to be expected, but it wasn't that far of a drop. Now you kind of get. Now you're kind of like out of the number 2 tier of prospects for the first round. Now you're into kind of like the number 3 tier. Kyra Lewis Jr. still on the board. I think he's a top 5 prospect. I'm really curious to see where he goes. Because he... what are they showing on the screen, man? They keep showing weird stuff on ESPN. Let me make sure this graphic's 100% good to go to. Let's try and line it up. Y'all see me struggling to line this up? Oh, it's so hard. There we go. All right. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Lined up. So number 12 to Sacramento. Good value pick there. Let me just get everything back up on here. Pick number. These graphics are kind of sick though, right, guys? Like, it hasn't been smooth, but I was happy with this. And I'm happy I actually figured out a way to do this. Cool. There we go. So let me try and duplicate this scene.
New Orleans is I don't know if they're going to trade this pick or not, but I mean they draft oh my goodness, why am I blanking on his name?
We're blanking on a lot of stuff today.
the 8th pick last year.
Jackson
Hayes, thank you. I could picture him, but not I couldn't think of his name. So between him and Zion, and you expect Brandon Ingram to be re-signed, and then you got I mean, they just traded Drew, so I guess they could use some guard depth. So
the guy that I would have liked for them would have been Jalen Smith. I think he would have been the perfect long-term starting center next to Zion. A guy that can shoot and protect the rim and play on the perimeter, let Zion play on inside offensively, but then Jalen Smith can protect the rim, be the center, and Zion can guard power forwards or whatever. I thought that was a perfect fit. But he's off the board. He went 10th. And I said in my draft profile on him, don't be surprised if he goes earlier, like if he goes potentially the lottery or top 10, and he went 10th.
Alex, free agency starts Friday, 2 days from now. Yeah, I just saw Bobby Marks on the screen. I didn't know if he was talking about a trade or not, but
we'll see who the Pelicans go with. Oh, it transitioned. Why does it transition? I don't get that. I still have a hotkey set or something that I need to fix, which I will right now. I just haven't used this streaming software in a while. Okay. All right. Cool. I think I'm good to go now. I need to plug in my phone actually. I've been scrambling this entire time. This pick is probably in though. I'll play this pick and then I'll plug in my phone. I need my phone right now, so. You'll see the Pelicans take at 13. Neesmith would be a good pick. Sadiq Bey would be a good pick. Both those guys would be a good pick, but they might trade it, so we'll see.
If they don't think Lonzo is the long-term answer, I could definitely see them going with Kyra Lewis too.
I hope they don't go with Kyra Lewis, bro. He'd be him and Zion, bro. Kyra Lewis and Zion in the open court would be, in like 5 years, would be the best transition duo in the league.
Well, Zion's just cherry picks anyway.
True.
I could see them taking Maxey or Hampton too, if they keep it. So.
Yeah, Reese, just message us if there's a trade with this pick. I know Eric has that ready, and Eric can break stuff when it happens.
I think maybe with the setup this year, they might announce trades later on than they typically would have. So I wouldn't be surprised to hear about trades later than normal.
New Orleans has 4 picks. They got 13, 39, 42, 60.
Hey, Mike Posner. So
here we go with the pick.
The pick we own next year is protected though. So if we suck, we keep it.
With the 13th pick in the 2020 NBA Draft, the New Orleans Pelicans select Kyra Lewis Jr.
No, that's such a good pick, bro.
Celebration for Kyra Lewis.
Oh my goodness, Kyra Lewis is number 3 on my big board, and that is a phenomenal get for them. He fits with Zion beautifully. He is the fastest player in the draft, the best transition guard in the draft, has a solid scoring package, needs to improve his shooting. I forget, it's either off the dribble or catch and shoot. He's good at one of those. He struggles a lot at one of those. He's not the best three-point shooter. Shot 36% last season, but that's not terrible. You know what I mean? Like, he's a well-rounded player. I think he has good on-ball defense. I have him ranked 3rd on my big board because I think his speed is elite, and it'll allow him to be able to make things happen in the NBA. He'll be able to get downhill. He'll be able to run in transition, really make things happen with his speed. He's also a good ball handler. He's a sharp ball handler. I like some of the dribble moves he utilizes. He plays off hang dribbles really, really well. He just seems like a guy that's going to be a 20-point per game scorer in the NBA, in my opinion. Him and Zion is a scary duo long term. Eric is nowhere near as high on him as I am. I have him ranked 3rd on my we can put up our big board rankings. That's the one thing I forgot to add. I have him ranked 3rd. Eric has him ranked 21st. Do you like this fit though, Eric?
I feel like he's very similar to what Lonzo does, so I would hope that they're looking to move Lonzo and also
I don't think he's similar to Lonzo at all.
Just in terms of like fast break and Lonzo's pretty quick getting the ball up and down the court. Likes to pass and stuff. But to me, the reason why I don't have him higher, I agree with you that his speed is elite. But when you look at all his other skill sets, I just don't see anything else that jumps out at me. It's just like really solid. I think he's going to be a quality point guard. I just don't
But he doesn't.
Other than being super fast, doesn't jump out at me.
But he doesn't really struggle with anything. Like, he does a lot of things decently combined with his speed.
Right.
And from all accounts, he's a hard worker. So theoretically, he could be a guy that is just blazing fast, but then is just super well rounded on top of that. I think that's a really, really good player.
Mm-hmm.
He could be a guy that doesn't have like an elite skill beyond his speed, though. But like, I feel like, I mean, you look at like a De'Aaron Fox. He isn't necessarily like great at any one particular thing, right? But he's so fast that he's a very good player. And I feel like that's kind of the baseline for me with him.
Yeah. I'm not saying De'Aaron Fox is bad, but I'm not as high on him either as a lot of other people. So that's kind of where I go with it, I guess, is that like if I thought a little more highly of Fox, I'd probably think highly of Kyra as well.
Makes sense, I guess.
But Timothy asks, are you guys doing a free agency video? Yes, we'll be live streaming on Friday as well. We also have a live stream tomorrow night to kind of wrap up the draft and talk about any rumors or trades that happen between now and then. So yeah, we got you guys covered pretty much every day.
I got to plug in my phone real quick.
But yeah, I'm about to be mad, I think. Because my two guys, just to recap, I know most of you know this already, but I absolutely love Sadiq Bey and Aaron Nesmith. They're my two favorite players in this draft, other than maybe Obi Toppin. Have them ranked 6th and 7th on my big board. Yeah, we're sitting here. We would have been 2 picks away from our pick, and they're both still on the board. So, gonna be a little disappointed here in a minute, possibly, unless they go in the next 2 picks. We saw Poku on the board as well, who I wouldn't have mind taking either. So that's 3 guys with 2 picks in front of us that I would have liked to have drafted, but I mean, getting Roko's good. It just will be a little disappointing in my mind if one of those 2 guys goes on to be a really good player in the NBA.
Who are you guessing here for Boston?
I think they're either going to take Nesmith or Poku.
Nesmith or Poku? Sadiq Bey would be a great pick, I think, too.
Jalen Smith would have been a good fit here as well.
Mm-hmm. Jalen Smith fits pretty much anywhere.
I could see Precious also, maybe. They kind of they're God, why am I blanking on so many names? Who was their center last year?
Tice,
yeah. They kind of play like a smaller center, so Sadiq Bey could kind of, or Precious could kind of fill that role as well. But I don't know. I don't like a lot of centers left, and I think it's a reach for anyone else. So, so yeah, I just take. Yeah, for me, I'd probably take Bey, but
there's a likely chance Bey or Nesmith would have been available.
They could take like Hampton or something too, and just
Hampton,
because they don't really.
With the 14th pick in the 2020 NBA draft, the Boston Celtics select Aaron Nesmith.
Okay, Nesmith going to Boston. That's intriguing pick, and that's the guy you love, Eric.
Yeah, just a phenomenal shooter, and the way he gets his threes, he can shoot, spot up, he's lights out if you give him room, but he's also great running around picks and on the move, catch and shoot, like any kind of 3-point shot, and I think Bradley Stevens will find some creative ways to get him open, like Jerry Stackhouse did at Vanderbilt. And yeah, I really like this pick. Boston could use some more shooters to spread the floor a little bit for Tatum and Brown. Yeah, I think this guy has potentially all-star level ability. To me, he's maybe even a little better version of Buddy Hield. I know Hield's not an all-star or anything, but that type of player. Maybe a better defender as well. I really like the guy's, as if you're listening to it right now, he's like really good in interviews. He seems really level-headed and like a smart, thoughtful person. So, and he did mention in one of his draft videos with Mike Schmitz that he studied CJ and Dame to learn a lot of his moves. But this guy to me has like JJ Redick shooting ability combined with like actual athleticism and defense and stuff.
Yeah, here's why I'm lower on him than Eric. Aaron Nesmith shot like 52% from 3 last season. Phenomenal, right? However, he only played in 14 games. His freshman season, he played in 32 games and shot 33.7% from 3. What level of three-point shooter he is hard to determine. You know, it's very possible that he could have just put in a ton of time in the gym and became just an absolute lights-out sniper. Or it's possible but that 14-game sample size was him just on a very hot shooting streak, and he's not quite that level of shooter. He does have a good stroke, so I think he falls kind of somewhere in between that. But, you know, like, I'm not ready to go and say he's like JJ Redick-ish yet, necessarily. As far as his off the dribble game, he's pretty limited in that regard, and that's why one of the main reasons why I'm not super high on his potential. If he improves that, then he could be a legitimate, potentially borderline all-star. He has a long ways to go in terms of handling the ball and making stuff happen off the dribble. The thing is, he's not like the most explosive athlete. He doesn't have the quickest first step. It's not terrible, but it's not the quickest. So I feel like he's going to have to really develop his ball handling in order to become like a guy you can give the ball to that can actually go create his own shot and get a bucket, compared to just like a system shooter, if that makes sense. He could definitely do it. He seems like a very hard worker and has a good head on his shoulders, so I won't say he won't. I just think, there's some serious question marks with him. The thing is, I love a lot of the players like 10th through 25th in this draft. So like 17th feels too low for him. Whoever I have 18th, I think Okoro I had 18th. That felt a little too low for him. 19th, I think I had Vassell or something. I had Mallet on 20th. Like, all those rankings felt too low. There's just this draft in this range I actually think is really, really good. Everywhere else, like the top 10 is bad and like the second round is bad. But this range of the draft I think is really, really good.
Yeah, absolutely. And so obviously I know 14 games isn't the greatest sample size. But when I look at like the way he got his threes and his mechanics and just the fact that like when he was open, the ball went in, like pretty much, it's just I'm kind of projecting it to translate to the NBA, I guess. I'm not just basing it on the 52%. I just think the way he gets set when he shoots and stuff is all good.
Yep.
Dude, Westbrook, why are you calling me on Discord, dude? Stop. What is your problem? What are you trying to tell me?
Answer it.
I saw your thing. Discord. Okay, guys, stop.
You keep getting Discord messages or what?
Yeah, so the reason why I wanted to finish our Nesmith conversation, because this trade doesn't even apply to the pick we're talking about. So Woj tweeted that the trade is official. Number 17 pick is going to Oklahoma City. Rubio, 25th and 28th are headed to Minnesota. And they said it was for a package that includes the 17th pick. So like I said, I'm assuming a James Johnson or someone like that is headed back in the trade as well.
Yep.
Oklahoma, I heard a few days ago, was really interested in getting Poku. So I wouldn't be surprised for that to be the pick at 17 if they move up.
Yep, you're all good, Westbrook. Appreciate you helping us out with that, man. You're a huge help. You're a huge help tonight. So I'll tell Eric to be nicer.
I'll chill, but like you're pulling a chiefin on me. Chiefin's calling me on my cell phone from chat in a stream. Yeah.
Is he, bro?
No, that one time, remember?
Oh yeah. So now we got Orlando on the clock, 15th. Saddiq Bey is still on the board. Probably the best player left on the board.
Also, Austin White quit spam in chat, and then the Nets, according to some guy, that Pooch guy, who's also the guy who is talking about the Harden trades. He's saying the Nets are trading the 19th pick. No idea where or anything yet. Yeah.
So now we got the Magic up. Who do you think they go here? Who do you think they go with here, Eric?
Well, I know it's a different front office than before, but
we got the selection. Sorry, didn't give you enough time.
Cole Anthony from the
They take
University
Cole
Holy
Anthony,
crap.
which
Yeah,
I don't like as a pick at all. I don't like Cole Anthony's game. I don't think it translates well to the NBA. He doesn't really make much sense there with Markelle Fultz. That's a weird fit. Yeah, I don't really understand the pick there with Cole Anthony. I feel I had him with a pretty low grade in terms of big board rankings. Eric is upset right now because we would have had the chance to draft Saddiq Bey had we not traded for Robert Covington. Saddiq Bey is a player that Eric loves. I assume he could easily go here to Houston and where Portland. I don't know if he'll put on the Portland hat. He actually doesn't have to because it's like at home with them. But yeah, Cole Anthony goes 15th to Orlando. You want to talk about your emotions right now, Eric?
Let me just talk about Cole Anthony so I can try to get my mind off this. So Cole Anthony is a guy who I have 20th because I feel like this year we could look back on it, and between the injury and him not having any talent around him at North Carolina this year, could be like, man, that guy had a tough year. Maybe he grew from it and it was a better player because of it. But I said this in the draft profile for him. I did not like if a team reached for him like earlier than 20th. Once he got into 20th, I thought it was a good risk reward type move for him. But yeah, taking him at 15, I think is a huge reach, especially when you are already trying to develop a guy like Markelle Fultz there. I don't think that makes a lot of sense for the Magic.
Yeah. Who's okay? Who 16th overall pick is whose right now? Detroit's?
It's Detroit's, yeah. So Saddiq Bey doesn't make sense for them either, so I could see him falling even further. Yeah, I don't know. So Detroit got Killian Hayes, sorry. I almost confused it with the person in here. But anyways, I think, I don't know, you could maybe take an RJ Hampton. That might be a good backcourt, potentially, like they can both handle the ball a little bit. They can both play make. That might be an intriguing backcourt of the future to pair there.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to set this up where I can easily do it. I hate using this version of OBS. I had to use a different version because the first version was falling apart, basically. But yeah, I don't like using this version.
It's too late, Reese. I already saw it. Even though you guys keep saying, look at Discord, I look at it, so it's already too late. But yeah, you should have deleted the message before. So he spoiled the 16th pick for me.
Did he?
Yep. I don't know if you want to get spoiled too.
No.
Kyler, I'm not banning you, but if you're posting spoilers, our mods are banning you. Oh, it's all good, Reese. It doesn't matter. It was one pick. You've done a great job. I appreciate all your help, along with Trevin and Westbrook.
Me too.
Yep.
Reese, Trevor, and
Reese,
Westbrook, MVPs, bro. Hey, if any of y'all make a mistake, like, don't worry about it. Like, you guys are doing us a huge favor, and it's like, I got it. Like, I appreciate it greatly. So, don't worry about making a mistake here or there. It's all good.
Yeah, Kyler, no fake spoilers, no real spoilers.
Here we go.
Select Isaiah Stewart.
Isaiah Stewart, 16th. To Detroit. I don't hate the pick. I wasn't super high on Isaiah Stewart. But for honestly, he's an intriguing fit next to Christian Wood. Assuming they keep Christian Wood. Yeah, I don't know. How do you feel about this pick, Eric?
I really like Isaiah Stewart. I like him more as I'm going to say this a lot tonight. To me, he's more of he would have been a better fit on more of a contending team as like a third or fourth big man in the rotation versus a team like Detroit who's trying to build a starting lineup and rotation around it. So, like I said, I probably would have taken a guard there and had your backcourt of the future set with Hayes and whoever you took. But I like his ability. I think he can fix a few tweaks in his jump shot and become a good enough mid-range and possibly even three-point shooter in the NBA. The guy's tenacious around the rim. He's a great finisher. He's got some old school post game to him. He's a great rebounder. He kind of took over some games for them and was like at times kind of brought the ball up and ran the offense when Jaden McDaniels wasn't having good games. So because that team didn't really have a point guard after they lost some players. So I like his overall game. I just don't know if that's the greatest fit for the Pistons, but I have no problem with it, I guess.
So 17 says Minnesota, but it's actually OKC.
I think this has got to be Poku or Hampton.
Sadiq
to me,
still on the board.
Yeah, see, Sadiq Bey is another one of those players that doesn't make a lot of sense to me for a team like OKC. It makes more sense for them if they have a guy just with the biggest upside, because they're obviously punting on the near future with all these picks and stuff. So I think they're going to go with Poku and just take the highest possible upside in this draft. A guy like Precious, I guess, could be the pick as well. Maybe R.J. Hampton.
Tyrese Maxey is still on the board. I completely forgot about him. He's 11th on my big board. There's some really good players left on the board still. Now that we approach the late teens, Jaden McDaniels is another one of those high upside guys that maybe makes sense for OKC. R.J. Hampton, they definitely have to look at like Hampton or Maxey. Maxey and SGA, I feel like would fit well together. SGA is just the type of guard that fits well with pretty much anybody. So like. I feel like you're fine playing two combo guards together, right? And SGA is kind of like a combo guard, but he's a big one, so he can guard point guards or shooting guards. So you can go out and get a Maxey, who's another combo guard, and doesn't have to like completely run the team because you have SGA there, and SGA can defend against shooting guards. So here we go with the pick.
Alexei Pokuševski from Novi Sad, Serbia.
They took Pokuševski.
Yep.
I gotta sync these up because they're unsynced, but. So you called it. They go with Poku. OKC goes with probably the highest upside guy left. Makes sense. It does make sense for them. I do like that pick. I had him. I'll bring up our big board rankings in a second. I'm just trying to sync all this stuff up.
Guys, I know there's a trade too. Give me just a second. I'll just say it real quick. Landry Shamit's going to New Jersey or Brooklyn, sorry, for the 19th pick. So
they traded the 19th pick for Landry Shamet?
Yeah. Can you believe that?
If I'm a Nets fan, I'm saying, damn it, because that's terrible.
I mean, Shamet's a good shooter, but
he's a dime a dozen type of player. I don't like that. I don't like that pick or that
Yeah.
trade for them. So let me get this graphic up here for you guys. I wish there was like an easier, faster way to do this.
But yeah, so Schroeder's only worth the 28th pick, but they get the 19th pick for Shamit. I know he makes a lot less, so it's a little easier to trade. It's probably the reasoning behind that, but the trade continues, Eric.
Continue.
Oh, whoa.
What?
Okay.
What do we got?
So the Clippers are sending the 19th pick that they just got to the Pistons for Luke Kennard.
What?
So the Clippers are getting
The Clippers
Luke Kennard.
just traded Shamit for Kennard?
Yes. What the hell is going on here? That's a great move for the Clippers. And the Pistons, I don't necessarily mind that for them because they're obviously just trying to go super young, and they probably had two guys on the board at 16 that they liked, both of them. But to get Kennard for Shamit, that's a huge win for the Clippers.
Why didn't Brooklyn trade 19 for Kennard?
I don't know.
Did they have like a traded player exception that fit Shamit and didn't fit Kennard? Because that's the only thing I can think of that would make any sort of sense. Kennard is by far the better player.
Shit. Dallas.
Language.
Dallas is going to take Sadiq Bey. Dang it. That's a perfect.
He is a
spot for-
perfect fit. No, did they trade this pick? They're rumored to be trading this pick for... It's not official yet, but they're rumored to be trading this pick in a sign and trade for Gallinari.
Well, sign and trades can't be agreed to yet.
Yeah,
So.
but that's like the rumor. So this would be technically OKC's pick again, I think. I'm still shocked at that Kennard trade. Okay, here we go.
Alexei
I just
Pokusevski.
rewinded it way too much. Whoops. Nope, not Poku. They took Josh Green. Sorry, my thing just glitched out. Josh Green goes 18 to Dallas, potentially OKC. Somebody just took Josh Green over Sadiq Bey. I don't know which franchise, but my goodness, your guy Sadiq Bey is falling and being taken. Oh my goodness. So let me update this. Give your thoughts on this pick.
I hate this pick.
Yeah.
Like Josh Green's okay. He's solid. He's a good defender. Not the greatest shooter. With the people on the board there, I like a Maxey would have fit well with Luka. Kind of groove him behind Seth Curry there. I mean, we don't know if I guess it's for the Mavericks or not, but yeah, I would have taken a risk on like a Precious over him as well. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate Josh Green's game. I just nothing really stands out as like a good play. Like I don't know. I feel like players had a lot more upside at this.
They took him over Tyrese Maxey, Sadiq Bey, Jaden McDaniels, RJ Hampton. Big mistake. Let's talk about the Portland Trailblazers. I want us to trade into the late first so bad right now. Because there is a number of really good value prospects.
So we talked about this with the Pistons a few minutes ago. Sadiq Bey doesn't make sense to them here. So they could still get RJ Hampton, who I talked about before. Blazers Uprise crying over Josh Green. We're not crying over Josh Green. We're like crying over all
we're
the
happy
good players
that the Dallas Mavericks took
still
Josh
on
Green.
the board. Yeah, I don't know what you're saying. I'm crying because
don't
my
respond to
favorite
the
player is still
trolls,
here.
Eric.
So yeah, you're back to Tyrese. You could pair a Killian Hayes with a Tyrese Maxey or a RJ Hampton, and you got Isaiah Stewart as well. I know they gave up Kennard, but that's a good draft for the Pistons, I think. We talked about maybe a little high for Isaiah Stewart, but it's going to work out for them if they had another target here.
Why is it doing that?
So apparently the Brooklyn Nets traded the pick to the Clippers, and then the Clippers used that pick to trade it to the Pistons for Luke Kennard. So the Clippers traded Landry Shamet for Luke Kennard, which is a huge win. And then I don't know why Brooklyn traded the 19th pick for Shamet, and then the Pistons get more draft picks, which they're just stockpiling, which is fine from their point of view as well.
Yeah. Do you know? That's the only thing that could make sense for Brooklyn. Says they had a trade player exception that could absorb Shamet and couldn't absorb Kennard. What a trade for the Clippers. What a great... You swap Shamet for Luke Kennard, who's literally better in like pretty much every aspect. Who's like the similar player, fits in great there, and better in like every aspect.
He's a little bigger. He's more. He can actually play make. He was when Pistons use him as like a playmaker out of the pick and roll. He actually did really well in that role. And then when you pair him with like a Paul George or a Kawhi, they're going to get most of the defensive attention. So he's going to be a great spot up shooter for them, just as good as Shamet was, without some of the weaknesses that Shamet had. Shamet's a fine player. He's just like a role shooter. It's not like anything more than that. He's not worth the 19th pick in my opinion. But I guess he makes sense to add some shooting for the Nets, but not at that price. I don't know. I wouldn't have given up that much for him.
So this pick is Detroit's now.
Yeah.
So they took... Let's recap Detroit's draft. At 7, they took Killian Hayes.
I just did that.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm focused
No, it's
on
okay.
graphics. So Killian Hayes, Isaiah Stewart. Let's see who they take here. I just made it so that I don't have to like I can have stuff ready easier. I can switch the slide smoother, if that makes sense. That's what I was trying to do.
What's up, Java?
Jaden McDaniels would make a ton of sense here, I think, as like a high upside guy for Detroit that kind of plays a position of need. Tyrese Maxey would make sense. Maxey and Killian Hayes would be an intriguing backcourt fit. RJ Hampton would be fine. Even Sadiq Bey would be fine just from a value standpoint.
Dude, you know what Detroit could do right here?
What?
They could pair Killian with Teo.
That'd be kind of dope.
That'd be kind. Yeah, I would love to watch that.
Because they're both French.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be dope. Do it, Detroit. Bro, like, it would be intriguing to see how those guys would fit in the backcourt.
Real quick, shout out to Rip City 1977 for becoming a starter member again.
I appreciate it, bro.
Yeah.
Appreciate the support, man. Sorry if I'm not like responding to chat too much. I just got the graphics pumping. This is probably Woj talking about the trade. I gotta get the draft on my phone synced up with the draft on.
That's somebody very high on their draft board. We'll see what they do here at 19.
Well, that's why I don't listen to Woj, because I feel like that's kind of a spoiler.
Yeah.
Bro. Oh, Woj, man. I'll get the Sadiq Bey template ready. Sadiq Bey's just a great value pick here. Here we go with the pick. Let me sync it up with the graphic.
2020 NBA Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Sadiq Bey.
Yeah,
Villanova
good
University.
pickup. Good draft pick. Falls to 19th.
Why wouldn't they pick him at 16? That doesn't make sense.
They took Isaiah Stewart at 16.
They could have had Stewart at 19. Yeah.
Yeah, that part doesn't make sense to me, but here we go. We got Sadiq Bey, 19 to Detroit. I like their draft so far. Isaiah Stewart was a bit of a reach at 16, I feel like, but they get Sadiq Bey at 19. Yeah. Killian Hayes, I like that pick as well. You said they have another pick? What'd you say?
No, I said it was like they reached a little bit for Stewart, but then got Bey.
Yeah.
With tremendous value, so it kind of evens out. Yeah.
Which, like, it would look better if they took Sadiq Bey 16 and Isaiah Stewart 19, but.
Yeah.
So, he might get a chance to, like, start right away. He could be a dark horse for Rookie of the Year. Because He could start right
I got
away.
Sekou, but
You don't have like a number one candidate because like Anthony Edwards, he's on a team with like that already has 2 stars, right? So who knows how many shots he's gonna get? James Wiseman probably isn't gonna put up the stats for it. You know, he's just gonna put up like a meh stats, but he'll have a good impact on Golden State, but he's probably not gonna put up the stats for it. LaMelo Ball in Charlotte, maybe, but LaMelo Ball like he's like a long-term prospect. You know what I mean? So other than that, like Toppin is a Rookie of the Year favorite at this point, I think. Sadiq Bey could be a dark horse for that if he starts right away because he's ready to play day one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting team they got there with. Well, no, they don't have Kennard. I'll be surprised if they don't get something good for Rose. And I expect sometime in the next year for them to move on from Blake Griffin. It's probably not going to happen this offseason because it's hard to match salary for most teams. But you have to think that at some point there'd be a big contract that a team wants to take a chance on Blake Griffin towards the end of his career, even with the injuries. He's got 2 years left on his deal, but if they resign Christian Wood, that's a really, really nice young nucleus they have.
Yeah.
But Doumbia,
who do you think Miami goes with here?
Miami, Precious. There's your. What are you calling that?
Oh, Precious to Miami, and he's gonna be an all-star. Yeah,
Yep,
bro.
They're gonna develop him into the next Bam or whatever.
Yeah, man. Oh my goodness. Yeah, shoot. Oh, Precious to Miami. I called this like months ago. Like Precious gonna go to Miami, and they're gonna develop him into like the best player of the draft. That's what I called month ago. Now he's here. I think they'll go with him.
So what was just saying? Rodney McGruder is part of the trade too, for the Clippers. He's going to the Pistons in the deal. That's even better for the Clippers. They get rid of
Magruder's and Magruder for Kennard.
They got rid of Magruder's contract. I think he was making like $4 or $5 million this year, and then they get off of that and get Kennard. Jeez.
Yikes, man. Yikes. I wish we had a Shamit to trade. I wish we could have done that. That's just multiplying. Good GM work is just multiplying your assets. Like taking one asset and turning it into a better asset. That's literally what they did. They swapped one asset in Shamit and Magruder, who's like a negative asset maybe because nobody wants to pay him $5 million a year. He's worthless. And they turned that into a better asset in Kennard. Like, oftentimes, like most trades, it's like, okay, you'll trade like a worse asset in a Trevor Ariza for a better asset in Robert Covington, but you have to give up extra assets to do that. They basically just turned one asset into a better asset. It's like they traded in $1 and a pile of dirt for like $5. That's what that's a analogy for that trade. Phenomenal trade. Look at Steve Nash on the screen, man. Steve Nash is going to be fun to watch him coach. I'm happy that they hired him.
Wait, he's not their coach though.
Brooklyn?
Yeah.
Steve Nash?
Well, he's like their coach sometimes, I think, is what I heard.
What?
And then sometimes Kyrie's going to be the coach, and then sometimes KD's the coach, and then...
I was wondering where you're going there. I was like, Eric, you forget? Come on, man. Here we go with... They got some interesting graphics this year, ESPN does. Yeah. We'll see who they go with. It's weird for a team that lost in the finals to be picking 20th.
Yeah, I know.
But Precious here would make a ton of sense. Maxey, if they're looking to trade none, Maxey would make a ton of sense. Miami's going to get a really good player here.
Yep.
And the thing is, even if they reach for somebody, like Miami is so good at identifying talent and developing it that I won't even question it no matter who they draft. It'll be like, wow, they must see something in that guy that nobody else sees, and it's going to work out for him.
Because Jaden McDaniels, we talked about his attitude or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You said it was maybe just immaturity, not a big deal. You go to a franchise like Miami who's not going to put up with that garbage. Jimmy Butler would either set him straight or he'll be crying at home and not amount to anything. So I I'm sure they've like interviewed him to see if he could handle that kind of
Yeah.
stuff. But yeah, if they take a guy like him, that's huge upside. Same with Precious.
I feel like it's Precious, man.
Yeah.
Let's see who it is.
It was destined ever since you said it.
With the 20th pick in the 2020 NBA Draft, the Miami Heat select Precious Achiuwa, Court, Nigeria.
Oh, I caught it! He's gonna be a superstar.
Yeah.
Does anybody remember what I called that on stream like months ago? Like Precious is gonna somehow find his way to Miami and just end up. They're gonna develop him beautifully. Dude,
Ben Darley's the only one who doesn't like that pick.
this is an A+ pick because he's like the typical like Spurs or the typical like Heat guy. My goodness, phenomenal pick. Yeah, well, he's a position of need too. He could play right away, but like here's the thing with Precious. He's athletic, likes to play in the open court, can handle the ball a little bit, moves really well for his size. Like 6'8", it just moves really well. Has the potential to be a really good defender. His jump shot is kind of questionable, but his form is all right. He has a lot of building blocks. I said this, we never released the draft profile. I didn't get around to editing it, but we did record on him, and I said in that recording he has some of the sneakiest upside in the draft. And I've been saying this for months, like he's the type of player that Miami will mold very, very well. I expect him to at least be a legitimate starter. He out of all the players in this draft, like he might, in my opinion, have top 5 odds to become an all-star just because of where he ended up. Like this is just the perfect fit. Maybe the best pick in the draft so far. Like I was teasing this. Yeah, just the fit is, oh my goodness. Miami does it again, man.
Okay, so Bam comes out, right? He's thought of as like a bulky, kind of clunky rebounder, can maybe score inside, but questionable. I mean, he still has a questionable shot, but like there was no one saying, oh, he's got some hidden playmaking ability. He could become like a focal point of the offense or whatever. And then you get this guy like Precious who is from right now at the draft a lot more skilled than Bam was at that in those areas of playmaking and dribbling and shooting even. So if they molded Bam into that kind of player, I can't imagine what they do with someone who's actually has those skills built in already coming to them. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be interesting to see how they develop him. But yeah, it's kind of scary, his potential on that particular roster.
Yep.
Because if he's a hard worker, he's going to fit right in that locker room too. So the guys will, and that's contagious, man. When you got guys like Jimmy Butler who go to the gym at like 3 a.m. and stuff for like a 10 o'clock practice, and like that forces other guys to like either keep up with that or like they get treated like, you know, Wiggins and Cat did in Minnesota. So like no one wants to let a guy like Jimmy Butler down. So that's a perfect spot for Precious.
Yeah. I had such a strong feeling he was going to end up in Miami like months ago, bro. Like, I don't know. I guess it was just the basketball guys telling me what was going to happen or something. I don't know. Like, I had such a strong feeling like he's going to find his way in Miami somehow. Phenomenal draft pick by them. My goodness. 21st pick is Philadelphia. Have they traded this? They always trade their picks.
No, they traded a future first in one of their second round picks, but they have not traded this one yet.
Who do you think they go with here?
You
got Maxey on the board, you got McDaniels on the board, you got Hampton on the board.
I think Maxey and Hampton both make sense. They need to add some guards. And they lost Horford today, so but I don't think any of the centers really make sense here.
Who's the best shooter left on the board right now that's like in this range?
It depends on if you want to talk the best shooter or the best potential shooter, because I think Maxey and Hampton both project as better shooters than they showed this past year.
Hmm.
But if you're talking about top shooter, you got to go with Desmond Bain, I guess. If you're talking about like proven shooting.
Yeah. Let's see who they go with here. Is this the Sports Center studio they're in?
I don't know.
Significant trade earlier today. Al Horford to Oklahoma City.
Yeah, so in case you missed it, they got off of Al Horford today.
Listen, this is
They traded a second round pick and a future first.
The first is in 2025.
And they brought back Danny Green and I think Terrence Ferguson. Oh, they're showing it on
Terrence Ferguson was in that trade? I didn't realize that.
Yeah, they had to match salary.
Yeah, he has not panned out whatsoever. Danny Green is actually a solid fit on that team. That's actually a really good trade for Philly to get off that contract and get only have to give up one first round pick to get off Al Horford's contract and get back a useful veteran player that kind of fits a need. Like he kind of struggled, was inconsistent with his shot last year, but he's a 3-and-D guy. Like he fits. That's what they need. So that's a good move.
Deadly Content asked, did we trade with New York? I haven't seen anything Portland related in the draft so far. So if you're talking about the Blazers, I don't know anything about that yet.
If something happens, I'm counting on Reese to send us a Discord message and let us know.
Well,
Here we go with the pick, though.
With the 21st pick in the 2020 NBA Draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah, that's a really good
University
Good
of
pick for
pick.
them.
Kentucky.
Good pick.
There's great value at this range in the draft.
So, okay, I was just thinking about something before that pick was made.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say the Blazers didn't make the Robert Covington trade. Do you think Neil Olshey would have had the balls to take Jay Scrub over Sadiq Bey at 16?
I don't think that was ever going to happen.
That would have made me. I would have absolutely lost it on stream. So it's probably better that we traded it, so that didn't happen. But yeah, yeah. But then he traded him, Trevin. But yeah, Tyrese Maxey is a guy who didn't shoot the ball well this year, but his form's really good. There were some rumors that he tweaked it a little bit to have a little higher and quicker release. Which, if true, he should be able to project to becoming a pretty good shooter in the NBA. I like his fit with like Ben Simmons if they keep him. Yeah, just all around pretty good player. Where did you end up? Oh, you had him 11th in your final
Yeah, I had him 11th. He's a guy that his energy is great, man. Just like on and off the court. And he's like gonna be like a good guy to have in the locker room. They have players I like in terms of like personalities and like Tyrese Maxey, Matisse Thybulle, right? But from his play on the court, he's a good defender. He only shot 29% from sorry, these TikTok dances are distracting me. I don't get it. But he struggled from 3 last season, only shooting 29%, but his form is better than his form is good. I think he's a better 3-point shooter than his percentages suggest. He can do a little off the dribble as well. Like, he could be a well-rounded guard. He's a good finisher, creative finisher, likes to use a floater, just has a bunch of different shots that he seems comfortable with, but he wasn't super efficient. And it's just like, if he can further master just kind of like the bag of shots that he already seems comfortable with and get more efficient on them, then he could be a well-rounded scorer who can defend and score in a multitude of ways. And that's a really good type of prospect to be able to get at 21, who has legitimate two-way upside, combo guard, plays with a ton of energy. Like, it'll be intriguing to see how he develops because, I really like his game.
Yeah, a lot of guys that stood out to me were the people who unlike Anthony Edwards, really love the game of basketball, and like you can just tell they have fun playing and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you could tell they put in the work, behind the scenes as well. It's like Maxey was one of those guys. Neesmith was definitely one of those guys. Halliburton was one of those guys. I kind of I was focusing a lot more on that kind of stuff and just like the mental aspect of prospects a little more this off season versus previous ones. But Maxey, he seems like a good team guy and should be a good fit on Philadelphia.
So now you got Denver at 22. RJ Hampton and Jaden McDaniels fit their profile.
They've been in all kinds of rumors trying to upgrade their roster a little bit. Buddy Hield has been a name I've heard a lot associated with them.
How would they match that salary, though?
Like Gary Harris and yeah.
Gary Harrison, 22.
We have Will Barton too that could match salary. The guy they didn't even play in the playoffs and they made it to the Western Conference Finals, so maybe they're thinking he's expendable. Yeah, they have some options.
Please do not spoil picks, by the way. Just want to make sure anybody new to the chat knows not to spoil picks. Westbrook did. Oh, JW is in here starting crap again. Put JW. I'm a permanently ban. Chat's moving too fast. I'm just permanently banning JW because he's toxic as hell. Yeah, I haven't really been too locked into chat. I'm just kind of looking at it now. Shout out to everybody tuning in. Almost through with the first round. Nuggets pick is in. We'll see who they go for. I think Jaden McDaniels and RJ Hampton fit from like a high upside perspective. They've been going with high upside players. Yeah. Don't look at chat like 2 minutes before the pick. That's my recommendation. But please do not spoil picks in chat. Please don't ruin like
People's makes you know better
people.
than that.
Please don't make my mods have to like delete your messages. Just don't be an asshole, all right? That's all I'm asking. And we'll see who Denver takes here. I didn't see the spoiler. I assume it's either RJ or RJ makes a ton of sense. They could use like another young guard, I feel like. A young
Thanks,
combo.
Julian.
And RJ would be a great fit, I feel like, in Denver. Because like he can move off the ball and he's athletic. I feel like he'd be an interesting fit playing with Jokic. An interesting fit in that system.
Mm-hmm.
So here we go. The pick is in. Let's see who Denver is going to roll with.
With the 22nd pick in the 2020 NBA Draft, the Denver Nuggets select Zeke Naji from the University of Arizona.
Ooh! Why? Why? Why did they need another... They list him as a power forward. I think he's more of a center. His skill set doesn't really make sense there. I don't understand the pick.
The only way that makes sense is if you're worried about losing like both Millsap and Jeremy Grant.
Yeah. That's weird, man. I really don't understand that whatsoever.
Yeah. Since we didn't get to record a video on him, I can say what I was going to say about him.
What were you going to say?
I have my scouting stuff on him, so.
Oh yeah, let's hear those notes. Those handwritten, hard-working notes.
All right, so
He's
just
a
the guy,
apparently.
Ben saying it's a weird pick I reach when he a few months ago loved Zeke Naji. Anyway, so he has good size and length and athleticism, so that's a good thing for a big man to have. he's another one of those guys who would be better in up-tempo system. I guess Denver can play fast pace. They're not really a get out and run type of team, but he's just one of those energy bigs that finishes well around the rim, gets rebounds by outworking people. Shot looks decent. It's got a high release. I feel like he has some potential to shoot at some range and be like a pick and pop or a pick and roll type of big. I don't think he's there yet. I think that's going to take a while to develop. Yeah, defensively, I guess I kind of like the fit if you're trying to make Bol work for Denver. But I feel like defense in the games I watched, he should be an absolute force on the defensive end with that athleticism and size. And I feel like there were several games where he didn't make an impact on the defensive end at all. And that kind of bothers me if you're talking about him projecting to be a defensive stopper type big in the NBA. A lot of intrigue on him was because he does seem like the type that you could, switch on a pick and roll and he could guard the perimeter a little bit. He does seem athletic to do it. The problem is I didn't see him do that well at Arizona. So, like, if you're saying that that's going to be his main skill in the NBA, he needs to figure out how to do that better if he can do it at the college level. I don't think he has very good shot blocking instincts either. And I don't think he's the type of big you can run your offense like as a kind of a playmaker or anything either. So, interesting pick by Denver. Kind of like that they reached on him because I didn't want them to add another good player. But I don't know. I wouldn't have done that.
Whose pick is 23rd?
It says Knicks. They got this. I forgot how they got this pick.
The 27th pick and another pick got traded. I don't know if they had it registered. I forget.
I think they were trying to. They were trying to package that up. It was Utah.
Oh, okay, yeah, this is the Knicks pick. Yeah, because the Knicks traded 27. I just didn't know if, I forgot which team, if the Knicks traded up or down. And you guys know the graphics don't upgrade, or the graphics don't update on ESPN. That's why I said we had the 16th pick still.
Mm-hmm.
So the Knicks, they got Obi Toppin. They could get another good value guy here, a Jaden McDaniels or a RJ Hampton, or a Maladon is still on the board. I feel like I'm forgetting somebody really good too.
This was Utah's pick originally, not the Clippers. The Clippers were 27, so they flipped. They traded with Utah. Oh, that's right. They traded like 27 and a second round pick for this pick, I think.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't the Clippers pick originally. It was. I think they had the 38th pick as part of the Willie Hernangomez trade or something from a couple of years ago. Utah got 38 and 27 for 23.
Billis really has Maladon that low on his board.
Yeah.
Oof.
See, I think they have a little bit of well, it's not the same front office anymore, but they took Ntilikina, and so I don't know if they take another French guard here, even though he's completely different than him. I would definitely have taken Teo by now, but
yeah,
RJ Hampton would be a good fit in New York, I think. Get out on some fast breaks with Toppin.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be a good start running a little more faster tempo with Thibodeau as your coach. That's a great idea, right?
New York traded the 27th and 30th picks for this pick and the draft rights to Ante Tomic, who was a 2008 second round pick. So probably never play in the league.
Yeah. He was a big name back in
Was he?
Yeah, he was like like I don't know if the Spurs ever had him, but that was one of those guys like, oh, he seems like the perfect Spurs guy because he'll come over to the Spurs and be like a 15-8 guy, you know. But he never. I don't think he ever came over. I think he played in summer league maybe a couple times. I don't really remember. But,
I'm interested to see who they go for. I feel like RJ Hampton is definitely the pick here, and I feel like that'd be a good pick.
Yeah, Hampton, Barrett, Toppin, all in the fast break. That would be. They just don't have the right coach for it. Yeah.
With the 23rd pick in the 2020 NBA Draft, the New York Knicks select Leandro Bolmaro.
They go with the Argentinian. It's an intriguing pick.
Yeah.
Their camera just got messed up. I don't really know a whole lot about this guy. He's 6'7", shooting guard, small forward type. Can kind of shoot. Is kind of crafty. Can kind of make plays. You might have more on him, Eric. I didn't really do a whole lot of research on this guy. I know was graded as like a late first, so this isn't really much of a reach. What do you know about him?
Yeah, I don't mind this pick. People compare him to Ginobili a lot. I don't really see that, but that might just be because he's Argentinian. But yeah, I kind of like his playmaking ability. Not like the quickest or most athletic guy, but he definitely is one of those guys who has the right skill set to be kind of a secondary playmaker type. I don't know if I like his fit with RJ Barrett because Barrett's the type of guy who pretty much has to play with the ball. So
I don't think Barrett's.
I don't know how much.
I don't like Barrett in general.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe he can develop, but bro, like, I don't. It's hard to fit players around him, and he's not. Yeah. I don't know if he'll be good enough to justify that. Like, when he was like 2 years before he went to college, Barrett was looked at as like a guy that could be like a 5 assists per game guy and a good defender and like score on top of that and just be super well rounded, right?
Never mind.
He's not any of that. What?
So New York traded that to Minnesota for 25 and 33. What the heck? So wait. So New York traded 27 and 38 for 25 and 33.
I mean, that's good, right? Like,
I know.
I don't get it, man.
Okay, all right. Thanks, guys, for in the street.
Okay, well,
so Balmero's going to Minnesota.
Okay, well, we were just talking about his fit in New York. Minnesota, like, okay, cool. He needs to change that hat. Does he even know?
I don't know.
Yeah, so
it's another weird trade, but
I don't know what's happening. At this point, the draft stuff's gonna get crazy. Do not spoil picks. You are put in timeout for 5 minutes. If you do it again, you're banned.
Well, I think he's new, but
sorry if you didn't know. Please do not spoil picks.
It's all right to watch ahead of us, but don't put it in chat.
I thought he was in here. I thought you were in here before. Mods, maybe like every pick, 2 minutes before the pick, say please don't spoil the pick, all caps or something. Maybe just have it copied, pasted.
Reese, so to do that, just type out the trade. Then you don't have to do the tweet. You can just type out what the trade is.
Yeah, like the pick and whatnot.
I'm assuming this pick is being traded. So this pick has already been traded to the Pelicans. So we'll see.
The Drew Holiday mega trade. It's only a mega trade because of how many damn picks the Pelicans got. Got 1 million picks.
Isaac said it's confirmed that Clay did tear his Achilles. Damn, that's tough.
Yikes.
So yeah, this pick is going to.
The Milwaukee Bucks select R.J. Hampton from Little Elm, Texas.
So
this pick is going to the Pelicans.
Okay.
I don't know what is heading back to Denver. If that means the 22nd pick is going back to the Pelicans, or if there's another move involved.
Zeke Naji makes more sense for the Pelicans than he does the Nuggets.
Yeah. I agree.
I just don't understand the logic in that trade. Like, they could have taken RJ Hampton 22 and the Pelicans could have taken him 24.
Mm-hmm.
Good value at 24 for Denver. A really good pickup there, I think. Let me update this real quick.
Yeah, I like that fit for Denver better than Najee, like you said.
So we were just talking about RJ Hampton's potential fit in Denver. I like it. I like it for Denver. I don't like it as a Blazer fan. I like it for Denver though. He has a high upside. He's kind of a boomer bust type guy. He's been working on his shot, but I think he's a good fit in Denver with like just the way they run things, and he'll be a guy that can play off the ball as like a cutter and a mover and has some athleticism. So, what did you like about him? Let me update our big board rankings. I haven't updated that yet.
Wait.
Where are our big board rankings? I had him 19th. You had him 14th. Denver takes him 24th.
Yeah, so absolute steal there. I just feel like watching him in some of the workouts, I feel like his shot is a million times better. He might not be able to sustain that, I guess. And yeah, it's workout videos, so you never know. But I feel like, because I've been following his progress with Mike. He's been working with Mike Miller, former NBA player, and it seems like they're putting in like absolute hours and hours of work on his jump shot, shooting off the dribble, shooting off the catch, moving around off screens, becoming a playmaker, that kind of stuff. And yeah, I just feel like he did have a hip injury too over in Australia, and hip can be kind of a tricky thing. If your hips aren't feeling right, it's hard to like move up and down the court too. So even though his numbers were worse than LaMelo's in Australia,
we got the pick coming
I don't know
right
if he
here.
really
This
take
is to
much
the
look.
Knicks.
25th pick.
This is the Knicks pick here.
2020 NBA draft. The Oklahoma City Thunder select Emmanuel Quickly from the University.
Quickly
What?
goes round one. Okay, this is a guy I actually like. He was mocked to go late second round, but I had an early second round grade on him. Not quite this high, but he's an intriguing player because he's a guy that's 6'4", I think a 6'10" wingspan, shot the ball really well at Kentucky. Could play probably either guard spot. He's not a great playmaker, but he's a combo guard with the size to potentially guard both guard positions. He can shoot the ball. Can do a little bit off the dribble. I felt like he was very underrated going into this draft process. I don't have a big board graphic for him because I didn't get this deep into the draft. Let me put his actual graphic up on here though. And then just hide the big board rankings. All right, there we go. We got Emmanuel Quickly, 25th to New York. I don't hate the pick. I think it's a bit of a reach. They probably could have taken him at 33, but if this is the guy they really wanted, shoot for it at this point in the draft.
I'm so confused on who's picking what.
This is the Knicks pick. Shout out to Vivek for helping too, for reminding me.
But so the Knicks had 17 at one point.
What?
Because didn't the Thunder trade up to 17 to get Poku? So this pick was part of that trade?
No, this pick was... The Thunder had... No, the Knicks had the 23rd pick, and the Thunder had the 25th pick. Remember, they just traded the 23rd pick down to 25 and 33.
Yeah,
New York
okay.
did. Remember, we were just laughing about how New York basically traded 27 and
I'm just
38.
confused on how the Thunder got up to 17 if they didn't trade 25. I don't know. I know Minnesota had 17.
Oh,
but...
maybe the New York traded with Minnesota. Yeah, because Minnesota
okay.
had 25 and 28.
See, that's the problem. God, I hate the NBA, how they don't just, like, fix it.
I know.
The NFL does it so much better. They just tell you what team you're going to and what the trade was. But T-Wolves has 17. They traded it for 25 and another pick from OKC, 25 and 28, and then the T-Wolves traded 23 to the Knicks for 25 and 33. So okay, so they're the 25 they got. So this is going to the Knicks. Okay, that makes sense.
Yep.
I'm so confused.
26th pick.
Traded to us with Canner.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Trade to us with Canner. They want to dump Canner. Give us 26 and Canner. Then we can take your boy Maladin.
Rose, sorry for doing it. We're just a couple minutes behind the stream, so
yeah. Sorry, I thought you were in here and heard me say that, so it's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Maladon or Jaden McDaniels here would be a good pick. Boston.
Who did they take? Who did they take at 14 again?
Your boy.
Oh yeah, they got Neesmith.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, McDaniels would be a good pick.
You got some decent players. Like Oturu is intriguing too. I think I had him 22nd. I want McDaniels as a Blazer though. He's too good to be dropping this far, I feel like. He's way too skilled to be dropping this far. What if I told you, going into this draft, Emmanuel Quickly would be taking over Theo Maladon?
I would be saying, wow, did we have a shot at Teo at 46? Because I didn't expect Quickly to go in the first round.
Yeah. Reese, I was just about to ask you, did that happen? Because you're our official, like, trade guy. He said, imagine if it happens, though.
Yeah. It'd be nice. Well, at this point, there's the 30th.
The 30th pick? You lagged out for a second. You there? You good, Eric?
Yeah.
Oh, you like lagged out there for a second, then
Yeah,
didn't say nothing. Okay. Yeah, there's the 30th pick too. I feel like there's somebody on the board that's good that I'm forgetting. No, Eric's not there. Eric's beeping at me. Why are you guys saying, oh my god? Don't spoil. Don't spoil. Don't spoil.
Stop, Vivek. God, you know not to do that. We've warned you several times.
Did he spoil?
No, everyone's saying, wow, wow. The next one is nice. Oh my goodness. Holy crap. Not what I was expecting. Guys, we do not want you doing that.
I feel like
we will put all of you in timeout if you don't stop.
Yeah. Don't troll either. Come on, guys.
Diego. Nurkic got traded.
I'm just going to put you in timeout just for even joking about that.
Guys, seriously, it's not funny to troll like that. Like
the Eric Brown one is funny.
Cool. Yeah, that's funny. That's fine. That's not trolling. But everyone else, like, we've told you not to do that. All of you guys who did that have all been in here.
Yeah. Let's see who they take. Let's see what everybody is freaking out about.
They're gonna take like Paula Boa or something.
All right, here we go.
Sixth pick in the 2020 NBA Draft, the Boston Celtics select Peyton Pritchard from the University of
Okay. Peyton Pritchard goes in the first round.
Okay.
I have officially played against a player who is now in the NBA. I blocked that guy once. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not kidding, but I'm kidding. Peyton Pritchard. I heard whispers that he got a first-round promise. Congrats to Peyton Pritchard. Westland product. No wonder everybody was freaking out. I should have known, actually. just based off that. Stays in green. Ends up in Boston. I mean, what do you think about his fit there?
I kind of like his fit. So Peyton Pritchard, especially this year, I like everything about his game other than maybe his size and length and athleticism, you know. But this is a guy like a couple years ago, I was like, there's no way this guy's going to make it to the next
same.
level. And he really worked hard to, like, this guy can do it all. Like, he shoots step back threes, he shoots deep threes, he's got handles, he's got passing ability. So I kind of like the pick, except for when you look at a couple of point guards that I have rated higher, like maybe a Trey Jones, a Teo Maladon, those kind of players that are still on the board. It's hard to justify taking Pritchard over those guys, but I do kind of like this move. And also, like, because they had 26 and 30, so you think they could have possibly moved up since 23 got up to get an RJ Hampton or whatever it ended up being. So, like, they could have possibly gotten up and gotten a higher prospect that fell in the early 20s. But I do like Pritchard's game. I think he's going to be a solid backup point guard in the NBA.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he can shoot. He's better than a Tyrell Terry.
I'm
Pritchard.
shocked you went ahead of him, though. I know you don't
These
like
aren't our
Terry,
big
but
board
I
rankings for
can't-
him. I forgot to hide him. But what'd you say?
I'm shocked that he went ahead of Tyrell Terry, just based on, yeah, he's pretty high on our big board. That's funny. But yeah, it's
I had Tyrell Terry like 40th on my big board, though. I don't like this game at all.
yeah.
Different Pac-12 point guard goes before him, and Peyton Pritchard's this guy I've played against, so and that's the first time somebody's been like drafted that I've actually played against, so that's pretty cool.
Reese, let me know what the trade is.
I remember watching him as a freshman play against Aaron Gordon in Les Schwab. And I remember Peyton Pritchard as a freshman hitting step back threes over Aaron Gordon. And like nobody knew who he was at that point. And my whole team was just freaking out because here's this freshman, I think he was like 5'7" or 5'8" or something. Like just splashing step backs on Aaron Gordon. Like
Yeah.
that's my first memory of Peyton Pritchard like 8 years ago.
So Woj just tweeted another trade.
We got another pick.
The Jazz.
NBA draft.
Okay.
The Utah Jazz select Udoku Azubuike.
Okay, he goes round one, so
He goes
he's
first
being-
round too. Jeez.
Is this pick being traded?
I don't know. What pick is this? 27. I feel like that's been traded a bunch.
Wait, so whose pick is this? Somebody help.
Because didn't 25 and 20? I don't know.
No, this is Utah's pick. This is Utah's pick.
Is it?
Did they trade this again? Because New York traded 27-38 for 23, and Utah had 23 traded for 27-38. So this trade went through before the draft. That's why it's saying Utah. It's the Pistons pick.
So the Pistons just made another trade though.
Jeez,
So they got-
Detroit, man.
Tony Bradley and the 38th pick from Utah for future considerations. I don't know what that means. You hear that in baseball sometimes?
Future
but-
considerations? What? That doesn't
I
happen in the
know.
NBA.
I
What is
know, I didn't even know you could do
happening?
that.
Bro, what
Yeah.
is happening? Wait. Recess
But,
Discord.
okay.
Eric. I'm so confused.
I'm on Discord. That's what I'm reading. I'm reading that. I think that's what he was talking
So
about.
wait, is
unless-
the 27th pick to Utah still? I assume it is because they trade Tony Bradley.
Oh, but so that's the kind of thing. So Tony Bradley, this is obviously a salary dump. He would have fit into our TPE, and we could have picked up the 38th pick. So that's the kind of thing. Not that I want Tony Bradley, but that's the kind of move we would have needed to make to get a pick in this draft, like another second round pick to move up to get a guy that's falling like a Teo Maladon or something. But yeah.
So Udoka Azubuike goes to Utah. You still got Maladon on the board. You still got Jaden McDaniels on the board.
Yep.
I would love to get, even though Maladon's a guard, the value there at like 30 would be great. Would be phenomenal. Maladon's I had him 20th. You had him 10th. He shouldn't be on the board anymore. Jaden McDaniels, I understand the question marks about him, but his talent is so phenomenal.
Yeah.
Here we go. This pick is whose? Whose pick is this?
I don't know. It's not OKC traded it already.
Who knows? Well, we should have foreseen this.
It's not the Thunder. It's Minnesota because
is it?
The Thunder traded.
This is just like last year.
Yeah, the Thunder traded it. They got it in the Schroeder trade, but then they traded it to move up. Yeah.
Oh, it was in the Rubio trade to Minnesota.
And ESPN is because I mentioned this the other day. This is why the second round was like so crazy for me because every pick got traded, and none of the ESPN wasn't like even saying who it was traded to or anything. And we're trying to figure out like where the guy was going, so it was hard to like evaluate if it was a good pick or not because we didn't even know what team the players were going to and stuff like that. But yeah.
And here I am trying to provide them the proper graphics. That's what I need to know. Trey Jones is still on the board. Who else is still on the board that's solid? I still feel like I'm overlooking somebody.
Nico Mannion's.
Mannion.
He's probably going to fall, yeah. Your guy Oturo. I like Oturo too. But,
I'd like to take him at 46. I'll be down with that.
Oturo's he went to Minnesota. That would make sense.
We need Bielitsa or something. I want to trade, man.
Yeah, that's a good call, Caleb. I could see him taking Desmond Bain as well. That's another guy we haven't mentioned in the last few picks.
I don't like his game, but at 46, that'd be okay, I guess.
No, I was talking about Minnesota. They might have to replace. I'm sure they weren't planning on this heading into the offseason, but they might have to replace Malik Beasley.
Mm-hmm. Guess a shocker pick. I'm going to guess a shocker pick. Sam Merrill. That's my guess at a shocker pick. We should start guessing shocker picks, bro. Who's your guess at a shocker pick? Just throw out a name.
Sam Merrill's not going in the first round.
Bro.
But
you would have said that about Emmanuel Quickly.
Yeah. That's true. Very true.
Emmanuel Quickly went before Trey Jones. Like, that's crazy to me. Emmanuel Quickly almost went below. He almost went before his teammate Tyrese Maxey.
My shocker pick is Paulo Boa because I think people are going to fall in love with his like wingspan, and even though his skill set isn't great yet.
Tyler Bay would be a solid pick here, I feel like. It would be a solid
Minnesota's got like a Kogi and Culver, though. They already have some wings that can't shoot but are good defenders. So.
NBA draft. The Los Angeles Lakers select Jaden McDaniels from the University
Minnesota
of
gets
Washington.
Jaden McDaniels. Oh, I'm bummed.
Second Husky to be chosen tonight as Jaden McDaniels from
I'm bummed.
home in Renton, Washington is selected.
Minnesota's got the Anthony Edwards and Jaden McDaniels with the attitude.
True.
To go along with Kat, who doesn't care about anything.
It's a good value pick, though. At 28, I had him 16th on my big board. You had him 23rd. His talent is phenomenal. Has some character issues. Not like character issues, like legal issues. Like
Yeah.
Do you want to explain him, Eric? You do a better job explaining, kind of, because they're
Well,
definitely a bigger red flag for you than me.
there were a lot of games where he got benched for poor attitude, and when he would get talked to or yelled at on the sideline, he would come back in the game and kind of just let his defender like go by him and just stand there, and it was almost like he was pouting or throwing a tantrum on the court. Obviously, 19-year-old kid, he can fix those maturity issues. So, don't think at this point in the draft. I mean, heck, you take a guy like that every time and hope that he figures it out. Because if you do, you got a potential top 10 talent in this draft at the first round. There's nothing wrong with that.
Toronto has their Fred Van Vliet replacement on the board.
Oh, great.
Maladon.
I saw Trey Jones compared to Van Vliet a lot too.
That'd be a solid pick. I think they need to replace him because I don't think he's going back. I think he's going to cash out.
This pick is heading to OKC.
Is it?
Are you talking about the Toronto one? Reese. Does Toronto still have this pick? F&M, that's stupid. Millsap's a free agent. Just can he stop? So dumb. Like you're not gonna fool anyone in here, so it's like pointless. There's no freaking way the Nuggets would ever do that anyway.
I mean, I wish I would swap him out for sure. I wish.
This is your last warning before you're banned.
Has he done that before?
No, I'm just saying, like,
I
you
mean,
get one warning on this stupid trade stuff.
Three strike rule. Before it.
No, I feel like with that kind of crap, it's different because they're
It's not
purposely
that-
like trying to be.
I don't think so. I think they're just screwing around. But like, if somebody knew, like, we can't get. It's not a big deal. Like,
I'm pretty sure he said something earlier in chat too.
we just don't like spoilers. That's what Eric's getting at. We don't like, but in like fake trades, like we don't want to have.
No,
to...
but if you're posting trades like that, you're purposely like trying to troll in a chat where we asked you guys not to troll. So that's different to me than just
Here's the problem.
posting
If fake trades are posted, like, thankfully we have somebody sorting through it. But if something's like posted, then the person sorting through it for us, Reese would have to go and try and corroborate it. You know what I mean? If you guys post fake trades, so it just like wastes time for Reese. Like,
so yeah, he's gonna be a dick about it.
bro, watch your language, man.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm banning him for that. This pick is not the Raptors' pick, right? This is Thunder. The Thunder have made like 1 million trades.
Well, when did the Toronto trade this? I don't remember them trading it.
Yeah, Reese, what was the trade on this one, man?
Or anyone could answer this question. It's not a spoiler.
Yeah.
No, Bryce, we cannot get Paul Millsap for the bet, man. It will likely cost most or all of the mid-level exception to do.
Hey, you know who I want to be there at 26? That I can't believe I forgot? Tilly. At
46?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tilly would be a great pickup for Portland. No trade for 29. Do not spoil the pick. I feel like this is going to be Maladon. Makes a ton of sense. Oturu would make sense here. Maladon just screams Raptors for some reason.
Mm-hmm. Nick Nurse will shape him into an awesome defender, and yeah.
How'd the T-Wolves get 28th? They've made like 1 million trades.
They've gotten like every pick at some point.
Them and OKC have made like 1 million trades. And Detroit.
Rowe, Teo Maladon is by far the best player, in my opinion, on the board right now.
I agree. Oturu is close.
I do like Trey Jones. Oturu's good. Yeah.
Man, we could add Sadiq Bey, though. You bummed about that?
Yeah.
Would you have taken that trade back, that Covington trade back?
I actually think Sadiq Bey is going to be better than Rucka. So maybe.
But, like,
And we gave up the
timeline
first.
wise, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way to know, but I don't know. Just hope I'm wrong, I guess. That's going to be like one of the first processes I'm ever like praying that I'm wrong about, because yeah.
All right, here we go with the Raptors pick.
The 29th pick in the 2020 NBA Draft, the Toronto Raptors select Malachi Flynn from San Diego
Malachi
State
Flynn.
University.
Is interesting. They did draft a guard. I haven't watched enough of him. I'm just gonna be honest. There's some guys
Yeah.
that'll go in the second round that I haven't watched enough of. He's a scorer. He's a scoring guard.
Yeah.
He's what, 6'1"? He's a score first point guard.
So Boston is moving the 30th pick.
Where?
Please canter in 30. Please canter in 30. I will.
If we could get Mallet.
It does. It doesn't say. Yeah, if we get Maladon, I will then not care as much about the other stuff we just talked about. Yeah. Yeah, Malachi's another solid player. I don't know if he has super high upside.
I'm fine with taking him here at this point.
Yeah.
You know, over a guy like Theo. Theo, I wonder why he's dropping so much, man. He's too good to be dropping this much, in my opinion. But I thought Toronto would just swing Maladon there, but Boston. So Boston's moving this pick to the Grizzlies
Okay.
for what? What was the trade there, Reese? Like, do you have the full trade? Let me know.
Well, it's just said it was being traded. Yeah.
Dang. I wish, man. Memphis, Maladon would make sense. They're
No, I'm staying up. Dad.
Sanders, bombing you.
I'm still gonna be doing this for a while.
And we're all going to.
I'm gonna have to switch back down to downstairs Eric from bedroom Eric.
Right now?
In a minute, yeah.
You have your laptop, right?
Yep. I don't have to disconnect or anything. So.
Need to build you a shack in your backyard with a padlock.
Hi, Tori.
Hello.
And say hi to everyone else.
Hi. I don't know their names.
You don't know their
My
name.
name's Flynn. Hi,
Hey, a
my
guy
name's
named Malachi Flynn just
Yeah.
got drafted.
I just got drafted too.
You got drafted too.
Dinners. Dinners.
Tori, if you shotgun a monster, I'll donate $10. I've already opened this
Tori,
stolen one.
Okay,
Yeah,
they
we're
don't need to
the
see
stream is
any of the
transitioning from first round mode to second round mode.
It's
This is like the
becoming,
transition in post game streams to late night hours, you know?
Why can I not remember anyone's name today?
I don't know. You've been
The
struggling.
who's the guy who takes over for Adam Silver?
Mark Tatum.
Mark Tatum, yeah.
Let's see if he has insight on.
It's like Mark Tatum out.
I can't listen to Woj because he literally spoils picks. That's the problem. I pretty much know who's going now, and I only heard the school. Like, Thank you for the $2 donation, Westbrook. He says $2 for cuteness.
You got $2 for cuteness.
Wait, I did?
I got $2 for cuteness. Let's see who Memphis takes.
Hey, Cora, come here.
Wait, online?
Boston Celtics select Desmond Bain.
Desmond Bain.
From Texas Christian University.
I mean, I don't like
Say
his
the
game.
Drafted Sadiq Bey.
The waitress. The waitress.
The first draft pick.
The
Should have
waitress.
drafted Sadiq Bey.
I can't.
Here's why I don't like Desmond Bain, okay? Because a lot of people like him. He can shoot. But other than that, none of his game translates. I'll talk about it in a minute. Let's listen to Adam Silver say goodbye.
Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum. Before I turn things over to Mark, I want to send my appreciation to all NBA fans watching around the world. I hope everyone stays safe and healthy. I'd also like to wish our viewers here in the United States a very happy Thanksgiving. That's it
Hello.
for me, but please stay tuned for the second round. Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you very much. Desmond Bain was the final pick of the first round. Celtics made it for the Grizzlies. He was raised by his great-grandparents, Bob and Fabby Bain. He moved
All right,
to
so
their
Desmond Bain, I don't like his game. It doesn't translate well, in my opinion. He can shoot, but he's not quick. Doesn't have a good handle. I don't think he's going to be able to really do much off the dribble. That includes create plays for himself and also others, because some people talk about his playmaking like a legitimate asset, but I don't think it's a legitimate asset unless he can actually create off the dribble and break down the defense. He's not really much of a creator off the dribble. Also, his jump shot is weird to me. He shot great in college, but I don't know if his form's going to translate to the NBA three-point arc. I just... Players with a lot of forward motion on their shot, I don't really trust their shot translating. He kind of throws the ball. Granted, he has been posting workout clips of him hitting like 43 in a row. So like he can definitely shoot. I just wonder how good of a shooter he's going to be in the NBA. I don't expect him to be like a 41, 42%er. And beyond that, like he's looked at as a defensive guy, but he only really has the size and length to play the 2. He doesn't really have the size and length to play the 3. He has a negative wingspan, very short arms. At the 2, he's not that quick, and I feel like he's going to get blown by a lot at the 2, so I don't think he's going to be much of a good defender in the league. That's why I'm not all that high on Desmond Bain. These big board rankings are not our rankings for Desmond Bain. These are our big board rankings for Desmond Bain. Eric had him 46th. Eric had him 26th. I had him 41st. As I said, I'm just not a big fan of Desmond Bain's game. I need to remember to update the big board rankings, but most of the players from now on won't have big board rankings. Eric taking us for a tour? Yeah, Eric's in transition mode. What's your take on Hood opting out? We talked about it a lot in our stream last night over on Blazers Uprise Live. If you guys aren't subscribed to our streaming channel, feel free to go do so. I will post the link in the chat. I think he resigns here. I think it was like already agreed to that like he would opt out and would resign here. So yeah, I don't think it's like a big deal. It just maybe messes up the money and trying to stay under the luxury tax while using our other assets and whatnot. I have no idea what you're saying. So now we move on to the second round. We still got T.O. Maladon on the board, which is a big surprise. Nico Mannion is still on the board. Isn't as much of a surprise, but a solid player nonetheless. You got Tyrell Terry on the board. He was being projected first round. Do you think Portland is going to make a trade tonight? Honestly, at this point, I'm definitely leaning towards no. At the start of the night, I said 55% chance they make a trade. At this point, I think it's lowered to like 15-20%. I still think Jay Scrubb is gonna. I still think we're gonna find a way to get Jay Scrubb. Whether that's trading up or picking him at 46. Here's a realistic pickup at the mid-level exception. I dropped a video on that like a couple weeks ago, 3-4 weeks ago. Actually, it was a bit longer, but I did drop a video on it. I gave like 15 mid-level exception targets. I want one of Ibaka, Gallinari, or Millsap, though. Millsap is pretty much the only realistic one. Graphics look good. Thanks, man. Happy that I can actually use them. I haven't been like loading. I've just been changing them instead of loading them all into my streaming software. My last streaming software just completely crashed because I tried to do that. Eric's back. Transition mode.
Denver traded a lottery-protected future first to New Orleans for the rights to R.J. Hampton. So
Interesting. Depends on what year that is. If that's a 2021 first, I don't know how I feel about that, but it's solid. It's a solid deal. Solid straight across deal. Lots of tears tonight. A lot of prospects crying tonight. Love to see it. Anthony Edwards definitely wasn't crying, though. He was like, cool, I'm in the NBA now, sick. I'm gonna go rap. Like, too bad I can't spike the basketball and dance on top of someone. Anybody that doesn't know the quote that Anthony Edwards gave is like, what the hell are you talking about right now?
why can't he learn to spike the ball like into the hoop? Like,
Yeah.
Like use the bounce to shots.
Exactly.
Like,
The most it's disrespectful to dunk on somebody. More disrespectful to dunk on somebody than to like spike a football. So just go dunk on people. Like, I don't get it.
mm-hmm.
Does Dallas still have this pick? Yeah, he was the Grizzlies pick. Does Dallas still have this pick? Can somebody in chat tell me? Please.
Wait, who went 31?
It hasn't been announced yet.
The draft as we continue to welcome these young men into the NBA family. With the 31st pick in the 2020 NBA draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Tyrell Terry from Stanford University.
Okay, they take Tyrell Terry. I am not high on Tyrell Terry. He's a shooter that doesn't do much else. Let me pull up. We actually have big board rankings for Tyrell Terry that I will bring up right here. And you'll notice a bit of a difference between mine and Eric's rankings there. I think Tyrell Terry is a really good fit in Dallas, though. This is probably one of the best situations for him to end up in. He's like a good shooter, but he's not much of a playmaker, not much of a slasher, not much of a finisher around the rim, not athletic for a point guard. Like, every part of his game, I feel like, is a weakness except for his shooting.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. I feel like he has the ability to become a decent enough passer and ball handler. I will say, like, off ball, he's probably one of the smartest and, like, I don't know what the right word is, but he's got the best off-ball potential
You ruffling
of any player
papers
in the
right
draft.
now? It's hard to hear you. Okay, now you sound a lot better. No wonder. Where'd you put your mic? You just lay it on the couch.
It was still wasn't set up properly, so
Yeah, I was
I
gonna
moved
say.
down here. But let me just find his page.
Eric
real
has
quick.
1 million notes, bro. Eric's dedicated. Respect.
So his handles definitely aren't good enough yet. They're okay though. He's got a lot of room to grow in the mid range. He is a really, really good finisher for his size. Has a lot of different options there. Really creative with some of those shots. I feel like his scoring and his shooting will translate. I think he was plus 90% on free throws.
How will his scoring in terms of other than 3-point shooting translate, though? That's what I don't understand. Like, because he's not quick and he's not much of a ball handler for a point guard.
Yeah, but like I said, he finishes well around the rim despite his size. So
But it
I
doesn't
think
matter
that'll.
if he can't get there, I feel
But
like.
I think he'll be able to be a
Sorry to
a Seth
interrupt you with
Seth Curry type.
yeah,
funny
that's
that
kind of
he's going
his
to
ceiling
Dallas.
comparison.
But
Vernon Carey Jr. from Duke.
Vernon Carey Jr. to the Hornets. I assume this pick wasn't traded, right? Anyway, what were you
and
saying?
then see, here's the problem. He's incredibly smart, knows the game really well. I feel like off ball, he's going to be like that's an elite skill from him. Is his off ball defense and awareness. However, he's never going to play off the ball because they're just going to pick and roll and ISO him to death in the NBA. So
And it's not like he has a lot of size to really like, you know, he can be
Yeah.
a smart off-ball defender, but you have to have like length and size to make a true impact. I feel like in that regard. I don't know. He's very short wingspan, very short. I don't know. You want to talk about the next pick?
Yeah, hold on just a second. There was another trade. Shams is reporting that Josh Richardson is on his way to Dallas. Not sure what for.
Interesting.
But it looks like
Terry
Josh
would
Richardson
be a good
on-
fit in Philadelphia.
Yeah. Next to Maxi.
No, well,
Um,
not next to Maxi, but like just in general, next to like Ben Simmons. You know what I mean? Because Terry wouldn't have to play make anywhere near as much and can play off the ball as a shooter with Simmons running the point and guarding bigger players.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think Richardson's like somewhere in the $11 million, $12 million range, maybe closer to 10. So I don't know if Dallas is absorbing him somehow or if there's obviously a piece going back to Philly.
This is the next pick, correct?
What do you think of Vernon Carey?
Can shoot, can score inside. His game doesn't really translate a whole lot. Like, can he defend in the pick and roll? Is he going to be a good defender? I feel like he's probably not going to be a good defender at all. So his scoring has to be that much better because center is the position you need defense from the most because it's like your last line of defense. So, like, he can probably score the ball. Apparently, he's lost a lot of weight. I don't really know how much that'll change his game. We'll have to wait and see on that. He's a decent pick at 32. Here we go, another pick.
The Minnesota Timberwolves select Daniel Oturu from the University of Minnesota.
So this pick goes to
So Daniel Oturu.
this pick goes to New York, if I recall correctly. Right?
As he celebrates the selection.
23 for 25 and 33. Wasn't that
Yeah, I
true?
think so. Yeah.
I like
Are you kidding me?
what?
Is that true, Connor? Storm Frantic?
What?
Holy W for Philly.
Seth Curry for
Jason
Josh Richardson? Bro,
Oh
what
my
are
gosh.
they doing, man?
Maury, that's a great trade for Philadelphia. What is Dallas doing?
Well, they're getting Philadelphia's getting shooting now. They're actually finally like building properly. That's a great get.
Wow.
I mean-
Wow.
So let's talk about Oturu to the Knicks. Oturu is very underrated in my opinion. What are you
Yeah.
gonna say?
Well, I just want to say something about Vernon Carey real quick, and then
Yeah,
we
we're
can
kind
talk
of
about that
falling
trade in a
behind
minute. But I'll try to catch up real quick. Super high usage rate, over 30%, and his assist percentage was like 8.2%. So not much of a passer, kind of a black hole. He's going to get put in a lot of pick and rolls. Very left-hand dominant. He's learned how to use his right hand, but he can shoot, dribble, and a rebound. Okay, so there might be a role for him. And then onto Oturu. You can say a little more
Yeah,
about
I'd rather
him
have
real quick.
Oturu than Vernon Carey.
Yeah.
They have Oturu is more of a rim protector. They both kind of struggle with foot speed on the perimeter, but I think Oturu has a little better foot speed, so he's better defensively. He averaged 20 points per game, 10 rebounds. He can shoot a little bit. He hit some threes. He shot a decent three-point percentage, so he could stretch the floor. He can face up a little bit, take guys off the dribble a little bit. You know, he's not going to be like crossing anybody up, but he can straight line drive, and finishes well inside. I have him 22nd on my board because I just think he's a guy that'll be able to rim protect a little bit and be able to hit some threes and be able to finish inside and finish in the pick and roll. You know, like nothing too flashy, but skills that NBA teams really, really value.
Yeah. See, for me, I had Arturo rated a little higher than Vernon Carey because he's got some of the same weaknesses, but I feel like his strengths are a little better. So he's going to get put in perimeter defense is going to be an issue. Lack of like top end athleticism, not a good passer. So he's going to have the same problems defensively, except for he provides better rim protection than Vernon Carey does. And he's a better rebounder. They're both solid rebounders, but Arturo's a beast on the boards. And I like his shot. He's got post moves and can shoot. Like it's a good sign from a big. He brings the ball down a little too much when he catches it, so he needs to clean that up a little bit. But yeah, overall, I really like the Arturo pick.
Does Philadelphia still have this 34th pick?
They're saying the 34 or 36 went to...
Theo Maledon just got drafted with the 34th pick. We're in the middle of commercial.
I don't... Yeah, they didn't care, so...
He finally goes off the board at 34. Yeah. Who knows who has this pick? Wait, which pick got traded?
Or it says proposed trade to OKC but on the board there.
Okay. Good pickup for OKC
if
at
OKC
34.
Is getting Teo, that's a hell of a pickup
Let's
for them.
put his big board rankings on the board. That's what we have him ranked. He went 34th. Let me change the team template to OKC. I don't know if it's updated yet. Let me make sure it updates. Let me put OKC on the board. For as much as I've heard about OKC in this draft, I feel like this is the first time I've actually used their graphic. I think this
they got
is.
Poku.
Oh yeah, that's right. So Theo Maledon, that's a good pickup, great value pickup, and they needed they need to replace Chris Paul, Dennis Schroeder. Who else have they got in this draft? Poku and who else?
I know they've gotten Poku, that's all.
They're going with some international flavor, though.
So
they got Steven Adams from New Zealand, SGA, Canada. You got Maledon now from France. Poku is from Serbia. They're splashing in some international talent.
Darius Baisley from the U.S.
Darius Baisley from the U.S. Technically, that's where he's from on his profile because he never played at college. I like a lot of OKC's young players, bro. Because I love Darius Baisley in the draft last year, and I think Darius Baisley, people are still sleeping on him. I feel like his upside long-term is he's going to be a really, really good player. And you got a guy like Maledon here with 34th pick. Poku, like...
Dude,
I hate to say it, but
Maledon...
they're filling up with guys with like a legit amount of potential. Like high-ceiling guys. Baisley's a high-ceiling guy. Poku's a high-ceiling guy. Maledon isn't quite as like high-ceiling as those two guys, but to get him 34th when he's like... should have went in the teens, probably. Great pickup. SGA, of course. Ubray's interesting. He's still kind of young. Like, OKC, man, is just making moves, making good moves.
Even if you take out SGA, we talked about this a lot with OKC not having necessarily a high ceiling if they got rid of Chris Paul. So they needed to find some stars. So now you have a Maledon who has high-end potential. You have a Poku who has high-end potential. You still have a Baisley who has high-end potential. And those three guys, that's kind of a sick young core to build around, and that doesn't even include SGA in that. So I really like those three as prospects for them, unfortunately.
Here we go with Sacramento.
The 35th pick in the 2020 NBA Draft, the Sacramento Kings select Xavier Tillman Sr. from Michigan State University.
That was a senior. There we go with Xavier Tillman. A lot of people like him as a sleeper.
Xavier Tillman Sr. because just recently became a father. In fact, a father.
What do you think about him, bro?
He's kind of along the lines of Arturo and Vernon Carey. It's kind of funny. They're all going like back to back here. He's got one of those old school post games, a really good post move. Athleticism isn't great, but He makes up for it with good awareness and IQ. He's pretty much a plug and play right now kind of guy. So once again, I don't know if that makes sense for a team like the Kings, who are pretty loaded up front. But he plays all out. He's a good passer. He just doesn't have the athleticism, I think, to have a super high ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
But he's a really solid player overall.
All right. So, out of everybody left on the board, who do you want to fall to Portland? Like, if, say Portland was drafted right now, who would you want him to pick? Like, who do you want to fall?
I mean, I kind of like the upside of Scrub in the second round, so I think I'm still okay with that.
Anybody?
Yeah,
you'd
Trey
rather have
Jones.
Trey Jones. Manion's still on the board.
I don't know if Trey Jones makes a whole lot of sense for us though. So, yeah, it would. I'd be totally fine with Scrub.
You know who's still on the board that I like? Jamias Ramsey.
Yeah.
We'll go with the Sixers. This pick is going where?
36th pick.
It's going to Dallas, I think.
NBA
Okay.
draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select Tyler Bay from the University of Colorado.
Dallas. Okay, I'll put Dallas.
So Dallas got
Tyler Bay is
That's right,
on
yeah.
his way to Philadelphia.
Dallas got Bay and Richardson for Curry. I still don't like it because Bay and Richardson are both good defenders, but neither of them are good shooters.
Mm-hmm.
So you combine that with the fact that Luka already is, he's in the lower 30 percentile in shooting. So I don't think I don't really like surrounding Doncic with less shooting and more defensive players versus a guy like Seth Curry, who was a perfect fit next to him because he's not handling the ball, but he's built like a point guard, so he can be fine in that role next to him, and he's going to play a similar role next to Ben Simmons, so that's why I think he's a perfect fit on that roster. But yeah.
Elijah Hughes is still on the board. Najee Marshall's still on the board. Nico Mannion still on the board. There will be an intriguing prospect available at 46 for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Tilly. My guy Tilly.
No. Ben
I
Darling
want
is
Tilly,
not,
man.
yeah. You got to take off the big board rankings. It's confusing people.
Oh,
or
shoot,
update.
yeah. I always forget to update those. Let me update. Yeah. Here's where we have Tyler Bay ranked. There's probably not going to be really any big board rankings left because we only did like 33, I think, total. Yeah, but Dallas, they're going after defense, but you're sacrificing floor space. And you're making it harder on Doncic.
Okay. All right, can people please stop mentioning Sheck West?
Why? What? Seth Curry was huge for Dallas. That's a downgrade. Josh Richardson's a bit overrated on defense and on offense because he's like a 30. What was he last year? A 34% 3-point shooter. I'll look it up right now.
What? Vit Krejci?
Huh? What?
Yikes.
What are you saying?
That's who Washington pick. I have no idea.
Vitch
I
what?
don't even.
Vitchy who? Huh?
Krejci?
It's not. Who? Okay, I don't have a graphic for this guy. Here's
going to OKC.
Here's
another point guard. Thomas Ransky, help us out. I did not do any research on him. I've never even heard of him. So,
what? Vit Krejci. Yeah. Does anybody know who this guy is? We've been stumped. It's like one pick a year where I'm like, who? And it's normally just some random European guy. 37th. They took him over Trey Jones. Why? Who? Man, I wish Kalizakis was in here so that when he got picked and everybody said who, I was like, oh, that's my guy.
Yeah.
Damn. Shout out to Rip City 1977 $20 donation. He said likelihood we get Crowder. Love the streams. I don't think we'll go after Crowder. I think we'll bring back Hood and go after Millsap.
Yeah, Crowder is like a poor man's Rocco, so getting Rocco means we can fill like other kind of versatile wings. I don't think we need another power forward type small forward body.
Who's the 38th pick going to?
Bro, I have no
They
idea.
took Saban Lee. I don't think I have a graphic for him either. I know who he is, but I don't think I got that deep. You got some random players going off the... I need to like create a question mark graphic.
Saban Lee's okay. It just, I mean, I watched a ton of Neesmith because I love watching him play, and I like no one else on Vanderbilt really jumped out at me.
I'm cool with these guys going right now. For the Blazers' sake, I'm cool with these guys going.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yep. Nick Saban? No, that was a joke from Walter Bonch. But yeah, it's so hard to. It's the worst part about ESPN's coverage too. Is it says I guess Pistons, but who knows?
That was Utah's. Yeah, I don't know. Who did it say took that guy? Is that the Pistons pick?
It said going to the Pistons or something. I don't know.
Oh, I put up the wrong graphic then. Jeez.
Yeah, I agree with Eli. I agree with Eli Lewis. And that's going to be another thing about this draft. There was so many second rounders that I could have seen going like in this range or not drafted at all. And then you see like quickly who possibly could have gone undrafted go in the first round. So there's going to be a lot of guys getting phone calls the minute the draft ends for two-way contracts.
Do the Pelicans still have this pick?
I think someone's saying this is part of. Oh no, that was the last pick. Is going to the Pistons as part of that Tony Bradley trade, but I don't know if the Pelicans have this one or not.
The Jazz are getting this pick? I'm so confused. The Jazz have made a lot of trades too. Northwest teams in general are just making a ton of trades, dude. Other than us in Denver.
Woj just said this draft sucks.
Woj just said what?
He said this draft sucks or something. I hope that's true.
I want Jamias Ramsey or Tilly over Scrub. Odds Nico Mannion goes undrafted. What do you think?
I don't know about undrafted. Where's Jake Carey when you need him? He's fucking going crazy right now. How could you take Saban Lee over Nico Mannion?
Pelicans select Elijah Hughes from Syracuse
Solid pick.
University.
Trevin's boy?
That's Trevin's boy. I like him. I like his game. I think I had him like 31st on my big board. Just projects as a guy who can maybe score at all three levels in the NBA, like bench scorer. That's like kind of a microwave type of guy. Didn't have the best efficiency last year, but had a ton of responsibility at Syracuse. He could be one of those second round picks that just becomes a solid role player for 10 years, I feel like.
Yeah. Yeah, not the greatest shooting numbers, but did shoot, I think, plus 80% from the free throw line, so you like to see that. To me, the Syracuse guys are hard because of it's like the Washington guys. They play that zone all the time, so it's hard to know perimeter defense-wise, but he was a solid defender in the zone. It should translate to the NBA. He should be a pretty good perimeter defender.
Yeah.
It's just hard when you don't see it very often.
Does Memphis still have the 40th pick? Or did they trade it for the 30th?
What's up, Damani? How you doing?
What's up, Damani? Damani was on our first live stream with me and Eric. Our
Two
first
streams
draft
in a
live
week?
stream.
They're saying Sacramento has this pick.
I'm glad you guys are helping me out because I can't keep track and do all this at the same time.
And then someone else says Memphis still has. I don't know, man.
Sack. I saw
if Memphis still has it, you can pair the brothers together.
Who?
Trey and Tyus.
Oh, that's true. All right, who are they picking?
In the 2020 NBA Draft, the Memphis Grizzlies select Robert Woodard II.
I
from
don't like his
Mississippi
game.
State University.
This says proposed trade.
And
It
so
should.
there's the reaction of the Woodard family as
He just has no like perimeter skill, and he shot like 40% from three last year. But I think that was like an aberration. I don't think he's going to be a good 3-point shooter in the NBA. That's my thoughts on him. I don't know if you have more.
I want to answer Damani's question. Thank you for asking, Damani. Appreciate it. It feels great. My foot's felt really good, but at the same time, with all the stuff happening with coronavirus and stuff, the gyms haven't been open around here, so I haven't had a chance to really test it or cut on it and play basketball and stuff.
Yeah.
So I really miss hooping with the guys and meeting up and stuff. It sucks that we're not able to do that right now. Hopefully that happens sometime soon. And so yeah, I haven't really had a chance to see athletically if I can be better than I was. But thank you for asking. I appreciate it.
Alrighty. I don't know if that was on your screen, but I just left you a message.
Discord, Eric, I'm being summoned.
Just summon you to the Discord.
Vit Creechy is on his way to OKC, which so yeah, just
Creechy? What? I mean, they have a ton of picks, so I guess they're stashing, but
they got Maladon too, so yeah, it's probably a draft and stash, but yeah, they have Maladon and SGA already. I don't know how many point guards they need, but
Trey Jones been on the board for a while.
yeah. Yeah, I was kind of with you on Woodard. I mean, if his 3-point shooting continues to get better, I think.
He just looks so stiff shooting the ball. That's the thing.
Yeah. Brian Scalabrine asked if I think Trey Tinkle will get drafted. No, just because he's like 24 years old. So, yeah, it's hard.
Who do you think the Spurs go with here? Who's like a Spurs-like player to take it 41?
They took Vassell in the first round.
Yeah.
I'm guessing they're a little upset that there was a run on bigs already. Let me look at my big board for a minute. They could take Tilly.
Oh, bro. I want Tilly more than anybody else on the board.
I could see Paul Reed being a Spur type guy. I could see them going for like an
Here we
Abdulli
go with San Antonio's pick.
or a Mater.
With the 41st pick in the 2020 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Trey Jones from Duke University.
Solid pick. Solid pick there for San Antonio.
They have their backcourt is. They have so many guys that are similar.
Yeah, they need to clear up that log jam. They need to make some moves there. But I feel like San Antonio is going to turn him into like a really legit player.
Yeah. He didn't shoot as well in college as his brother, but I feel like his skill set is a little better than his brother's. And his brother's been really solid in the NBA. I mean, he's not like a star, like maybe even a starter level point guard, but he's a solid backup point guard. Kind of borderline starting backup point guard. Definitely has a role in the NBA, and I think Trey Jones will stick around for a long time too.
Yep. So we're getting close to the Blazers pick. I want Killian Tilly. And not just because I'm a Gonzaga guy, because Killian Tilly, I think, is, if he's healthy, will be like a first-round talent.
Mm-hmm.
Jamias Ramsey, I'd be cool with. Other than that, like, those are kind of like, Tilly is like my number one, Ramsey is my number two. I don't want Jordan Nwora. I do not want I do not want that guy. I don't want that guy's personality on this team. Break down his game. Do you have a comp? Tilly reminds me a bit of Bielitsa. Tilly can shoot. Tilly can pass a bit. Like underrated playmaker. Can like straight line drive a little bit. Has like a good like in between like floater game. Just translates well to the NBA. Not the best defender, but I think he projects as like an average NBA defender. I think at the 4. He's okay.
Yeah. The only thing that scares me is taking an injury prone guy with our injury history.
Yeah, but with the 46th
I think
pick,
it's worth the risk.
I'd rather take a chance on an injury prone big because if he has injury issues, that's the issue.
If he didn't have injury issues,
he'd be a first round pick, I think, because his game translates well. So I'd rather take a chance. Like, okay, if he's healthy, we get like a first round talent in the second round. Like, it makes sense to take a chance on a guy, especially when he kind of like fits a position of need. 42 is going to Charlotte. Thanks for letting me know, Ro. Do you like Ben Gregg? Dude dunked on me. I don't really know much about Ben Gregg. I just know he's a Gonzaga commit. So, Charlotte has the next pick. Let's see what weird... They're probably going to do something weird.
Can we please stop talking about Sheck West? You guys have played that out. So dumb.
We have the 42nd pick on the clock now. It says it's the Pelicans. It's actually the Charlotte Hornets. Nico Mannion is still on the board. I feel like that's who Charlotte might go for. Nico Mannion, LaMelo Ball backcourt. LaMelo Ball in Charlotte is like the most hyped prospect goes to the least hyped team. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder if people are really going to be watching Charlotte Hornets games now.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go with Charlotte's pick.
Pick in the 2020 NBA Draft, the New Orleans Pelicans select Nick Richards from Kingston,
Solid pick.
Jamaica,
Underrated
and
big.
the University of Kentucky.
He's an athletic rim protector that finishes well around the rim. Shows flashes of like a mid-range jumper. Maybe he could stretch that out to 3 like long term, and that like if he's going to become like a legitimate, his ceiling is being able to shoot, protect the rim, and be like a lob threat and finisher. It's unlikely he becomes a shooter, but his rim protection and finishing ability, I think, is enough to make him a potential role player in the NBA. So like at 42 to get a guy, I feel like it's more likely he becomes like a fringe rotation player than not, and that's pretty good value at 42 in this draft.
Yeah, I mean, it's solid. It's always kind of hard when Kentucky had so many like picks in this draft,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and none of them really get a chance to shine on their own or see what they can do. I mean, when you have as good a guards and stuff as they did last year, you don't really get to utilize he doesn't get a lot of touches on offense and stuff. So it's hard to know if he has hidden ability there or not because you didn't really see it much.
Mm-hmm. Does Sacramento still have the 43rd pick? Might mean to change
No
the number
clue.
on this one, but I will just load up the template and hide Nick Richards.
Chris Stevens says yes.
Okay. Dude,
Carlos Loyola wants Reggie Perry.
they have a log. They kind of need a wing, like a forward here, I think. But there's not really many forwards available. Mason Jones could make sense here. Ramsey could make sense here.
Who's the Xavier guy who you kind of liked?
Najee Marshall.
Yeah.
Actually, that would be a really good pick, I think, for them right here. I keep feeling like I'm forgetting someone though. You still got Tyshawn Alexander on the board, Nico Mannion, Najee Marshall.
You like Wara, right?
No, not really.
Thought
I
you
have
did.
him 43rd. Like talent wise, yes, attitude wise. They took Jameis Ramsey. I'm kind of bummed about that. That's a great pick for them at 43. Jamias Ramsey. I always mix it up.
Yeah, me too.
That is a great pick for them, in my opinion. I had him ranked 24th on my big board. I hovered around having him even higher than that. His measurements came in a little shorter. I thought he was 6'4" with a 6'10" wingspan. He's 6'2.5" with like a 6'6" wingspan, but he can shoot the ball. He has a lot of confidence. He could be like a good bench scorer at some point, and he has defensive potential as well. Could be like a two-way 3-and-D guy with a little off the dribble ability if he develops properly.
You made me go away.
Did I? Oh, where'd you go, Eric?
I don't know.
Santa Claus
Some
came on the
advertisement or something.
Marko Simonovic got picked 44th to Chicago. Just a random European guy. We're getting closer to the Blazers pick. It's 2 picks away.
See, I thought, for some reason, I thought he was decided to go back or something.
Yeah. But what do you
I
think
think
about
he
Ramsey
changed
to
back
40,
at the last minute.
Ramsey at 43 to Sacramento?
That's a pretty good fit for them. Yeah, I think it's a good move, especially at this point in the draft. I think that's really good.
He has an awesome name, too. So 44th, Chicago Bulls drafted a European guy that I don't have a graphic for. Grant Riller's still on the board. You're gonna have a couple decent undrafted players in this draft, I feel like. We'll have to wait and see. But Tilly at 46. Bring in my guy Tilly with my guy Zach Collins, my Gonzaga guys,
all right.
man. I would
Real quick.
be so happy.
Thanks, Drummer. So, okay, Blazers pick is coming up. Please don't even say I'm gonna put anyone in timeout who even says, "Oh my God, got leaked," or "Oh, such a W, such an L." Like I knew that was gonna happen. None of that stuff. Let's just
don't react until we're reacting to it. Let's react to it together. Yeah. I would turn off ESPN at this point. React to it with us. I'm not even gonna look at chat over the next.
No. And no people's mix. Don't tell me what to do. I'm telling you what to do. And you can get banned again if you don't stop. So.
All right, let's see who Milwaukee takes. If this is not Jay Scrubb, I expect Jay Scrubb to be a Blazer.
2020 NBA Draft, the Milwaukee Bucks select Jordan Nwora from the University
Okay, they
of
take
Louisville.
Nwora.
Miker, do you need a timeout?
Jordan Nwora had
It's the typical suspects.
career at Louisville. Grew up in Buffalo. His dad was the head coach of the Nigerian national team. Alex Warren, you see, played in the FIBA World Cup in 2019 and become the first father-son duo to represent the Nigerian national
I mean,
team.
Nwora could play right away. I accidentally let me fix this. I accidentally covered up the. There you go. He might play right away, depending on how shallow their depth is. If they that Bogdanovich trade doesn't go through, but they kind of shelled out some depth for Drew Holiday, and who knows what happens next with them. Jordan Nwora can shoot at least, so he might have a role there. Now we have Portland. I'm not even going to talk anymore about Jordan Nwora. Are they really going to be on commercial when we pick?
I'm going to be kind of mad if this... Yeah, someone spoiled it, so I shouldn't have been looking.
Why are you looking? I ain't looking. Why would you look, Eric? I told you not to. Also, whoever spoiled it, is it a regular?
No. It
Told
got
you guys-
deleted pretty fast, but...
The Portland Trail Blazers select... What? CJ Ellaby. Why? I mean, it's a second round pick, so whatever. But, bruh. Okay. Maybe they're trading him down and take. What? This is why I never believe anything draft wise and sort of rumors. Because Jay Scrub's on the board and we take CJ freaking Ellaby. Probably going to be a two-way contract guy. So, I mean, whatever. But why?
He was an interesting thing as a two-way prospect. I'm
Olshey
hoping
just
we
loves
traded
his
it.
CJs.
Maybe we traded it, so I'm not gonna. Maybe we were picking for someone else, so I'm not gonna get too mad, I guess.
And here's the thing. Everybody's saying screw Olshey. Olshey has a great track record with second round picks. I don't understand it, but I'm willing to give Olshey the benefit of the doubt. He's almost every second round pick he's drafted as a Portland Trailblazers GM has turned into a role player. You know what I mean? So
I didn't really like the Layman pick, but this kind of reminds me of it. You know,
Layman became a decent role player who Stotts hated too much. You know what I mean? So I'm disappointed, but I'm not mad at Olshey because I trust him. It's just I don't even have a graphic for this guy, by the way. But I might as well use the Portland Trailblazers graphic for once. CJ Ellaby, man. This is why you don't trust any draft rumors, because, they might take Jay Scrub at 16. He's on the board at 46, we don't take him.
I have a feeling maybe we...
do you even have notes on him?
I do, yeah. CJ, I mean, he played at Washington State. I've seen him play a ton. I know his game. He's a shooter scorer who doesn't play defense. But his percentages are rough because he gets a ton of defensive focus, so his shooting numbers weren't good. But I like his shot. I like his ability to shoot and his scoring potential. I just don't understand.
You want me to mute you until you find your notes?
Nah, I can't find them anyway, so whatever.
Yeah, I didn't even have a graphic for him. I have a graphic for Madar though. I didn't have one for CJ Ellaby. I didn't expect him to get drafted. I'm hoping we trade down. Fingers crossed. Let us know if we trade down. Maybe Scrub isn't drafted and we sign him. Yeah, maybe. I'm just surprised, man. Nico Mannion's still on the board at 48. It's a bit of a shock.
So Austin Samuel says we haven't seen him play. He could be a good player someday. He goes to Washington State, so he's seen him a lot. He believes in him.
Well, of course, the guy who goes to Washington State likes the player who goes to Washington State. You know what I mean? You're going to be biased for your alma mater, peer. We could have drafted Tilly and freaking Tilly, who's actually a good player. We take freaking Ellaby, man. I'm pissed about that.
Ellaby is... I don't know if streaky is the right word, but he can get insanely hot and make everything he throws up, and then there's times where he just goes ice cold and can't hit anything.
That's not what we need. We don't.
I know, and he has no defense.
I don't understand Olshey. I mean, I am giving Olshey the benefit of the doubt, but he did draft Caleb Swanigan 26, which we knew at the time was an awful pick, and it turned out to be a terrible, terrible pick. Let's see who Golden State takes at 48. They're going to take Tilly, and he's going to be perfect for him.
With the 48th pick in the 2020 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Nico Mannion.
No, they take Nico Mannion.
Siena, Italy, and the University of Arizona.
That's interesting.
Good value pick at that point.
Good fit. Yeah, good fit for them. Yeah.
I mean, they could use a backup point guard, and they develop players decently. So I expect him to become a role player at least.
See, I was prepared to say this about Jay Scrub, right?
Uh-huh.
And it's not quite as bad. But I don't like seeing, because Ellaby, his freshman year, shot 41.4% on threes on 4 attempts. And this last year, he shot 6.8 attempts, and it fell to 33.9.
Didn't he have Malachi Flynn next to him his freshman year, though? Because didn't Malachi Flynn used to play at Washington State?
I'm not sure. I know he didn't have a lot of talent around him, but doesn't pass a whole lot. He's an okay rebounder for his size.
Yeah, I drafted a guard for rebounding.
Yeah.
Anybody who says Sheck West is getting a 5-minute timeout, by the way, from now on, in the future. Anybody who says Sheck West gets a 5-minute timeout. Mods have fun banning people. But yeah, what were you saying?
Yeah. I agree, Kyle Wilson. We don't need shooting from the guard spot. We're looking for other stuff.
I wouldn't even be mad if we traded it away for cash at this point. Like, I almost would rather just have cash.
Yeah.
Like, I don't. I don't know, dude. I don't know how I feel about. Like, the Covington trade was probably a good move, but Sadiq Bey is on there on the board at 16. Oh, that's tough. And then we take Ellaby with 46. Are you kidding me? I can't get too mad at the 46 pick, but
yeah, I mean, honestly, we might not. He might be a two-way guy anyway, but I don't know. It's just I feel like he might have gone undrafted if we didn't take him. We could have got him on two-way anyway. And then you see, like, Orlando gets two seconds for the pick in front of us, and so like, why didn't we make that trade with Milwaukee and get 2 future seconds and then possibly get Ellaby and off of the scrap heat after the draft? I don't know.
O'Shea doesn't maximize assets like that, though. You know.
Yeah.
You know how he is. O'Shea doesn't truly maximize assets like some other teams do. Like, he's just like, oh, I'm gonna just take this guy. Screw it.
Miker just bought his Ellaby jersey, so
Isaiah Joe goes
to who knows what team.
I would rather have Isaiah Joe, honestly, than. How do I not have a picture for him? I should have had a picture for him, but he went 49th to, I assume, Philadelphia. Now you have Atlanta on the clock at 50.
See, in the second round, I think you just take whoever has the upside. You can't be afraid to miss. So, like, I would have rather taken a scrub that has the potential to maybe be a first-round pick, even if he's a project, versus someone who's just going to come in and be a shooter. And if we're going to draft a shooter, might as well draft, like, Sam Merrill or whoever. Like, you know, like, draft someone that, I don't know. There's plenty of guys
with, like, a Jalen Harris, you know what I mean? Like...
Or Grant Riller. It's like draft Grant Riller and just have him be, like, backup point guard or whatever. I don't know.
Skylar Mays goes 50th. I would have rather had Skylar Mays than... Oh my goodness. Of course that's how the draft's gonna go, man. Are you kidding me?
We waited all night for CJ Ellaby. That's weird. Barnabas says maybe he's the next Klay Thompson. Yeah, never know, I guess. He just doesn't have the defensive ability of a Klay Thompson, unfortunately.
Klay Thompson wasn't looked at as a good defender coming out of Washington State, though, to be fair.
That's true.
But he was drafted 11th, so... Watch, everybody's gonna, like, hate on Ellaby for, like, 3 days, and, like, 5 years from now, everybody's gonna love him and be like, oh my god, this guy can score so well. He's gonna be, like... the next CJ because he's CJ. Like, I can't stand the dude's hair, though.
Yeah. He did improve his defense a little bit. I just don't see him being a good defender on the NBA level.
Golden State. I just spoiled my first pick of the day. Golden State's taking an interesting guy that I don't have a graphic for. Bro, CJ Ellaby. When I saw that, I was so when it was spoiled, you didn't think that was a troll? Because I would have been like, oh, that has to be a troll.
No, because it screamed Olshey to me. Yeah. Yeah, all I gotta say is Chad Ford and all the stupid insiders who thought that we were gonna take six, like, who worried the whole fan base that we were taking Scrub at 16.
We didn't even
And
take
then
him
you got
46.
stupid guys like, oh, actually, you know what? I could actually get behind that. I really like his game. Like, no, you don't. Like, you're just saying that because that's who we thought we were gonna pick. So.
Yep. Golden State Warriors take, I don't know how to say his name, Justinian Jessup. Justinian Jessup from Boise State. He's a shooter, and that's about all I know about him.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, well, that's very anticlimactic to take frickin' CJ Ellaby. Bummer.
Or use that pick to get someone with our TPE or something. Like, I would have rather had, because we could have gotten the 38th pick and Tony Bradley with our trade exception, you know? Or something. I don't know. Just, he's so uncreative when it comes to, like, it's like, we talked about it earlier. I forgot what team it was now, Oklahoma City or some team turned like 27 and 36 into 25 and 33 because they made like 3 trades. Or you get the Clippers getting Luke Kennard for Landry Shamet and Rodney McGruder. Like teams are just creative like that and upgrade their rosters around the edges, and it sucks that we just stay at 46 and dress like reach for a guy who's like a borderline second-rate grade.
That's a bummer. Oh well. Rip.
Who laughed at you, Javo?
Who left? Did he just spoil a pick?
I think he might have. All right, let's see. Jay Billis' Stratford. I'd rather have those two. Even though they're all point guards.
Enjoy, however you say his name, is intriguing though. Like, I'd rather have like he wasn't even in my top 70, bro. Like,
he was in, like, I had him as the end of second round grade, but yeah.
O'Shea likes his Northwest guys apparently.
Well,
you have to wonder if it's like because he's local, like O'Shea trends towards him. You know what I mean? Like,
he doesn't want to venture very far when he scouts.
Yeah, I mean, this ain't gonna. Whoever taking 46 isn't gonna like define our offseason at all.
Yeah,
you know?
Of course, yeah.
It's just kind of a bummer because it could have been somebody that like helped our offseason. You know, made it more.
What would be weird is if like Jay Scrub goes undrafted or someone that we wanted at 40, like Tilly goes undrafted, and then we sign him to a 2-way tonight or something. But
yeah, after the draft, we'll probably stay live for a little bit. There will be some undrafted free agents that will likely sign right after the draft, and we'll see if Portland picks up one of those. Let's see who Sacramento takes 52.
Yeah, that's kind of annoying that we have 2 CJs now on our team. Knicks have 2 RJs and we have 2 CJs.
Yeah. At least we didn't have 3 TJs. TJ Warren, TJ McConnell, TJ Leaf.
Yeah.
So, okay, if Klay Thompson is out for the... Damn, I hate that. Oh, God. That sucks. 2 years in a row, man. If he's out for the season, are the Blazers above the Warriors, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have to put them up there as well. Because, like, Wiggins doesn't fit well, and what else do they have? They got James Wiseman, but he ain't ready to help them win like that.
Zacho's already talking himself into CJ Ellaby. I agree with everything you say. He's obviously a good shooter, and it's intriguing to get a good shooting prospect. It's just, do we necessarily need that? We've talked about how our roster could be 9 deep with all like 40+% shooting guys. So
I would have rather had the power forward who is a career 44% 3-point shooter. instead of the shooting guard who shot 38% last year. The power forward who shot 44% for his career from 3 is probably a better passer than Ellaby, even though he's a power forward and Ellaby's a guard. And is a better defender than Ellaby is Killian Tilly. But we pass on Killian Tilly to take CJ Ellaby. Sick. This is a bummer.
Oh, well,
This is a bummer, man. Oh, I wanted Tilly. I wanted Tilly so bad, bro. I have Tilly ranked. Tilly's a first round talent, bro. I had him ranked 22nd. I would have been fine with Scrub. I just. The Kings are going to take. No.
Martin from Los Angeles,
KJ Martin. Who?
That's Kenyon Martin's son, isn't it?
Oh, that's Kenyon Martin's son. Oh, yeah. So Java did
I
spot.
thought it was Kenyon Martin Jr., but
Yeah. I might have a player template for him. And if you really want to go with like just some unknown like high upside guy, Kenyon Martin Jr. Like, oh god.
I just said that Brandon Sims. God, no one's crying. We're just talking about a pick, and we're disappointed that we.
Just don't respond to the trolls, bro. They're just trying to get under your skin. Okay, yeah, you can't say that, bro. Do you guys permaban him? Good. Don't hide Damani's messages, even if they're bad. Damani's the homie. Let's see what OKC takes. Oh, KC took Cassius Winston. I forgot he was even on the board still.
Someone said Kenyon Martin's going to Houston. I don't know.
All right.
No one's forcing you to watch Madden Mobile though. Like, if you don't want to hear us disappointed, you don't have to watch.
Don't respond to the trolls.
No, I know. He was just saying like, don't ban me or whatever. So.
Yeah.
The Covington is not technically official yet. I'm assuming it will be later tonight or tomorrow. But he already was, his location on Instagram or Twitter or something said Portland for Rocco yesterday. So it's not going to like be undone by anything. Anish, we can pick up Jay Scrub if he goes undrafted. If he chooses to sign with us, they could.
It's just like obviously like it'd probably be a two-way though. I'd rather have Jay Scrub on like a normal contract and Ellaby on a two-way.
Yeah. Well, they still could do that, I guess.
It's just like backwards. Like why?
Yeah.
You put the guy you value least on a two-way and the guy you value most on a real contract. So if you value, obviously they value Ellaby more. I don't get it. Paul Reed's still available. I mean, he could go undrafted and could be intriguing. You got the Pacers here. These picks are going to roll off the board. We're probably going to be done with the draft in like 6-7 minutes. Get to make use of the Pistons graphic, though, which I haven't yet. So that's cool.
That's true, Caleb. At least we didn't try to sign and trade someone without talking to him first. So
yeah, that's bad.
We're not that incompetent, but
Grant Riller's still on the board. I don't really like Grant Riller's game, but Paul Reed on the board. You got some decent value.
At this point in the draft, 50s. I think Riller's a good pick.
Yeah.
But
Kareem Maine is a guy that would be good value in the late 50s too.
For people saying, like, can we sign Jay Scrub and stuff? The problem is, if we really wanted Jay Scrub, we would have taken him there. Like, I
Yeah.
don't think we really wanted him, or yeah, we did our homework on him. Maybe we didn't like what we saw because that was a report that we were doing an extensive background into him and stuff. And Olshey doesn't like guys who have attitude or type of problems off the court. So maybe they found some sort of red flag in there and didn't like him or something. So yeah.
I'm tweeting. Sorry for the typing. Can Ellaby play the 3? What's his wingspan?
I don't know, because I don't know. He's kind of a tweener where he's maybe a little big for shooting guard, but not big enough for small forward. I mean, I think he can play both, but Zacho said he couldn't find his wingspan. Yeah, if he had an 8-foot wingspan, he wouldn't have still been on the board. He's 6.
I see scouting reports that say he has a lengthy wingspan, so maybe he can
Yeah.
play the 3. Maybe they view him as more of a 3. Like everything I'm reading says he has a big wingspan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. So I mean, if you're 6'6", with like a big wingspan would probably be like 6'10". Like that's small forward size. Probably needs to add more muscle, but maybe they view him as a small forward. Jay Scrub just went to Brooklyn. Who did Indiana take?
I didn't even see it on this on
Who
the
did
ticker.
chat? Who did Indiana take? It'll probably show up here in a sec. I just want to make use of their graphic.
Damani's wondering why everyone cares so much about hair.
Oh, they took Cassius Stanley. So Cassius
Stanley.
went back
That's a
to
good
back.
pick.
It was Cassius Winston, then Cassius
Man,
Stanley. Let me just make
I would have
use
liked
of
to have either the Cassiuses.
Yep, Cassius Stanley.
I think
right
Stanley
there.
has. Ash was saying earlier that he went to his high school or something, and was kind of a jerk or something. But I think he's got some potential. He played on a team with a lot of other good players, like we were talking about with Kentucky earlier.
Yeah,
Sometimes
He shot the
those
ball
guys
well,
get kind of
too.
lost. Yeah,
like 36%,
and
which most
and he's
people
got
would say
insane
isn't well.
athleticism.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
like Cassius Stanley was not looked at as a good shooter, so the fact he shot 36% and it's like 6'6" with athleticism is intriguing. I would much rather had him than Ellaby. The next,
Michael Beasley.
what? Who?
JD says we drafted Michael Beasley. Y'all, good day to be a Blazer fan. I don't think it's anything like Michael Beasley, but
People drunk at this
Other-
point in the stream, like
I mean, I guess he's comparing like looks or something. I don't know, but
make use of the J Scrub slide. Just 'cause
Zacho, what per source?
Clippers got Scrub per source. Oh, did that go to the Clippers? There we go. Make use of the Clippers slide for the first time tonight. Just make use of my work, man. Alright, pick number 56. I'm just curious. Honestly, I don't even really care about like some of these picks. I'm just more curious to see where like undrafted free agents go. Like if we land
Yeah.
somebody. Who knows if this is still the Hornets pick.
Portland asks who won the draft so far. I have to go back and look, but off the
Yeah.
top of my head, I think Golden State taking Wiseman was a huge dub. Detroit getting both Killian Hayes and Sadiq Bey
19.
and Isaiah Stewart. I think that's a good trio that they got. And then I really like OKC getting Teo Maladon and Poku. I forgot who else they got because they traded their
Obi at
like
8
eight.
to New York was a dub for sure.
Yep.
They also got Oturu, I believe, if I recall correctly, at 33. They took Emmanuel quickly at 25, which people think is a huge reach, but I don't think it's as much of a reach as other people do. So I'd say New York had a good draft. Kira Lewis to the Pelicans is a great pick at 13. That's a phenomenal pick by New Orleans. I think he'll thrive there. So they're a winner for that. I forget who else they've taken. Yeah.
Jackson Era asks, do you think we get Wenyan back? I'm pretty sure we're going to re-sign Wenyan. Fortunately, another team could come over the top and offer him a pretty big contract, and we probably can't match anything more than a couple $1 million. But
I don't think that'll happen, though.
I think he'll be back, though, because we traded our first-round pick, and I think Neil still wants to have some of those developmental guys. And I really liked the way he fit in with the starters in the games. He started one game against the Lakers in the regular season and a couple in the playoffs. And then we, for some reason, benched him. And then AD went off on us, and the rest was history. Obviously, he's got a lot of problems he needs to fix, but I love his energy and his overall just like grind. And you can tell that he's a hard worker and a good guy. So he fits in well with the culture as well. So I don't see him getting rid of that guy. Swanigan's gone, though.
Charlotte Hornets took Grant Riller 56th, a good value pick there.
Yeah.
They drafted LaMelo Ball 3rd. Then who did they draft? They draft Cassius. Didn't they draft Cassius Winston? No, OKC did. Who else did they draft? They drafted somebody else. I forget, man.
So, okay, this is going to be weird because I don't really like Grant Riller that much. Part of it's due to his age a little bit, but
who's this 57th pick going to, chat? Reggie Perry got drafted.
But I think that Reggie Perry is a good pick at the end of the second round. But Riller next to LaMelo is kind of interesting, even though I don't like either of them, because LaMelo can guard like the bigger guards and Riller can guard, the smaller one, and then Riller's scoring ability, if he learns how to play off the ball a little bit, I don't know. That's kind of that's an interesting combo. Charlotte's got to find a way to dump Rozier, though, I think, now that they have LaMelo.
Yeah, that contract for Rozier, I said at the time, was a mistake. And Paul Reed just got drafted 58th by the 76ers. Who knows if the Sixers still have that pick? The Sixers always have like 1 million picks.
They got Devontae Graham still, too, the Hornets.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
All of a sudden, they have a lot of guards.
Bro, I wish we were like the 76ers and always had like 1 million second-round picks. That'd be fun. And so like, oh, we're waiting all night for CJ Ellaby. So who's still on the board that could go undrafted? That's intriguing. For the Blazers. Devin Dawson, Miles Powell, no. Tyshawn Alexander is interesting. I'm surprised he's still on the board. That's kind of disappointing. Najee Marshall is still on the board. Tilly is still on the board. There's some good undrafted free agents.
Ben Darling's boy, Ashton Higgins.
Tilly is the number one player who hasn't been drafted yet. God, I feel bad for him, man. Tilly deserves better, bro. Tilly and Marshall are the top 2 undrafted players right now. And then, who was the other guy? Tyshawn Alexander. Like, those 3. Top 3 players that haven't been drafted yet. We'll see if one of them gets drafted. I want the Blazers to get Tilly on as an undrafted player. I'm so bummed they...
Yeah, I actually saw a lot of people, I mean, it was obviously health dependent, but that had Tilly sneaking into the first round by a team that, wanted to take a chance on him maybe becoming healthier. Mm-hmm. He's definitely got first round type talent. So yeah, it's kind of shocking that he wouldn't get picked. Um, see who Toronto takes here.
Yep. The graphic disappeared. Weird. Tyrese Halliburton in Sacramento. That's weird.
Yeah. I don't like him, like, because he's one of my favorite players, and him going to a place where he's already, like, blocked by several guards and not going to get much of a chance to play right away is kind of bugs me. But maybe they'll make some trades to free up some shit.
I think he'll get minutes. They don't really have, like, backup. They don't really have a backup point, do they?
I don't know, because that other trade, I'm gonna have to like write down all these rosters and try to do all the math with that like GIF of all the numbers going on. And
Let's see who the Raptors pick.
Caleb asks question that I've answered several times about Moses Brown. I don't see any way Moses Brown is back because we would have brought him to the bubble for free. We had the opportunity to bring our two-way guys with us. So the fact that we didn't bring Moses Brown, even though we brought Horde, leads me to believe that we weren't really planning on Moses Brown being part of our long-term plans. So yeah, I don't think. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, I guess, if he was re-signed on a two-way, but I have a feeling we're just going to let him move on. Horde, I definitely want to keep Horde, though. I like his ability to defend, and he's kind of got some hidden playmaking skills and is a good finisher around the rim. So yeah, I do want to keep Horde around on a two-way if we can. If he develops a jump shot, he could develop into a solid rotational player.
Hurry up with these picks, man. These picks need to go by right now. All right, here we go with Toronto. They're taking... Tilly would be great for them. Jalen Harris. That's a solid pickup. I like Jalen Harris's game. He's a combo guard with some decent size that can score. Like, I think his scoring translates solidly. I think he has a chance to be something. I have to wait and see, but Toronto does a good job developing like unheralded draft prospects, so this could be another one of them. So now we're down to the final pick in the draft, which is going to who's the final pick? Do we know?
Do the Lakers still have it? The
Pelicans.
I know it was the Bucks originally had it. Yeah. So that's my train of thought. Reese says that Zane's ranting that Olshey needs to be fired for taking Ellaby over Scrub. Okay, see, that's where it's out of line. Okay, yeah, we're disappointed, but like you said, it's the 46th pick. We don't even know if he's going to be good or not. Like, so it's hard to really blame it too much. It's not like we took Scrub at 16 over Sadiq Bey or something, and we can all be mad. Yeah, so yeah, I'm disappointed, but it's not like the end of the world. It was the 46th pick, so
yeah, that's a face palmer for sure, man. Did they ban Luke Olson? I don't know. It's not a question for me. But after we're still gonna be streaming after the last pick. We'll like take down the graphics basically and just watch Twitter and actually be able to tune in with chat for once. Oh, I finished my moves. Damn.
Thanks, Dave, for the compliment. Appreciate it. Thanks for watching.
Sorry about the hiccups early. Figured it out though. I need to find a way back into my other streaming software and figure it out. Let's see if I can even open it. Let's see who Mr. Irrelevant is. The stream isn't over with this final pick, by the way. If you guys are dipping out, then thanks for watching. I'll catch y'all later. But we'll see where some undrafted free agents go, and we'll chill. Then we'll probably play Among Us after if any of you guys want to. Oh, the Pelicans. The Pelicans are a winner. Kira Lewis at 13 and Nick Richards at 42. I feel like are good picks.
Yeah.
Both of them. I'll make a video. I will make a video on draft winners and losers over on our general NBA channel. So if you guys want to subscribe to that right now, please do so. Would greatly appreciate it. Try to grow that, and I will give out just a winners and losers list for this draft. Maybe even grade teams potentially. I don't know. I'll do some sort of draft review video over there. Just posted the link in the chat. I'll post it again. I'll spam it. I'll spam my own link. Yeah, go subscribe to that. Mike says, hoping for Marcus Howard. Not spoiling. Yeah, that's another guy that's... Do you know anything about Abdullah? Not a whole lot. There's a lot of solid undrafted players. And honestly, there's probably going to be an undrafted player from this draft that becomes an NBA role player. I hope Olshey can pinpoint that guy. I would be betting on Killian Tilly 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Killian Tilly could be like the next Christian Wood in terms of like going undrafted when he probably should have been like borderline first.
Especially on a two-way, because like if he gets hurt, like who cares, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when he's healthy, you get to play him 50 games this season, and he gets to do a lot. Like he gets to practice the entire season with the team instead of just being up for 45 days like a normal two-way. But
dude, why is this pick taking so long?
That'd be funny if they had to announce like all the trades before they could sign up or something. Thomas Ransky has his 3. Malik Fitz, Yoli Childs, and Nate Hinton.
Huge W, Milwaukee? What are you talking
What's
about?
up, Jake Carey? Oh yeah, Mason Jones.
Mason Jones is under... Wow. Bro, Mason Jones is another guy that should have been drafted. Miles Powell's meh. Mason Jones should have been drafted. $100.
Tommy, isn't that your guy, Mason Jones? You didn't mention him?
Mason Jones I had ranked in like the early 30s. So that's a bummer.
Hey, JDC, what do you think about Mannion falling all the way to the Warriors? Were you wishing we took him at 46?
How do you feel about Ellaby, too? I want to get Jake's take on Ellaby. But yeah, Tilly, Tyshawn Alexander, Mason Jones, I agree with all 3 of those. As Najee Marshall, I like, too. They are really getting all their commercials in right now.
Later, Portlandia.
Just waiting on this final pick, man. Shout out if you've been here for all 60 picks. I know we missed the first 2, but... Where did Cassius Stanley go? 54 to Indiana.
Yeah, we think Indiana.
Connor said he had to mute Shams and Woj. Yeah, I haven't been paying attention to Shams or Woj or the GC for that reason. Dude, how long is this? This is the longest pick in the draft, and it's the last one. How long has it been in for? Can we please just... Ellaby's blah, yeah. Should have taken Tilly, man. Should have taken Tilly.
Except for Danny, this year there's not really going to be much of a G League season, if any, and yeah. That's not really a recipe for success when we don't even have our own G League team. We have to, like, pay for our players to go play on other teams, and then they don't get coaching that's specific towards our schemes and what we want them to work on. So I don't like using the G League until we get our own team.
By the way, we will be streaming Friday, first day of free agency. So
And tomorrow night.
Yeah. But tomorrow night we'll be over on our second streaming channel, Blazers Uprise Live. That'll just be a chill stream. Friday we'll have our big first day of free agency live stream on this channel right here. And then I'll plug it again. Make sure you subscribe if you want like a draft winners and losers video. Make sure to subscribe to our NBA Uprise channel. Link is in the description. Link is in chat as well.
Damani asked if we didn't pick Tilly because we're high on Wendy and Gabriel. It's possible. It's also possible that with the injuries of the past season, we got a little scared drafting another injured type player.
Scared of 46 of anything. You know what I mean? Like
I
that point
know.
you just swing.
But I think the way our roster should be this year, I don't think we should have drafted based on need or other people's positions or anything like that. But yeah.
Can we please get this picking? Please? Tim Wilson, I feel you, dude. I don't get it, man. I just want to, be done with the draft. Yay.
Before I announce tonight's final pick, I want to congratulate all these young men and their families. Thank you to ESPN and our partners around the world for your continued support. And thank you to all the NBA fans who joined us. We look forward to tipping off the 2020-21 season on December 22nd. With the 60th pick in the 2020 NBA Draft, the New Orleans Pelicans select Sam Merrill from Utah State University.
This pick is going to
Thank you,
Milwaukee.
and have a great night.
I'm glad Merrill got drafted. He could come in and play a role right away, in my opinion. I had him ranked around 40. 40 to 45, that range. He's a guy that can shoot the ball really well and is a good secondary playmaker and has the size to be a shooting guard. Defensively, he's not good, but he's a sniper. He's a three-point sniper, can shoot a little bit off the dribble, and can play make a little bit. Normally, when you get a three-point sniper, they don't have any playmaking ability. But he has good playmaking ability for a three-point specialist. So I think he could get a role right away if he's able to shoot 40 to 42% from three and be able to handle the ball a little bit, play make just a little bit. You know what I mean? Seems like a guy that would be an NBA role player, right? Especially for a team like Milwaukee. This pick's going to Milwaukee, right? That's what I heard.
That's what people are saying, yeah. It was originally Milwaukee's, and then it was Pelicans, and now it's back to Milwaukee.
I don't understand. Who's this pick going to? Can somebody actually... Because, Milwaukee, I think this would be a great player for them to get. Fits their team really well. If it's Pelicans, I guess fits too.
There's someone's question I was going to...
Where's Reese when we need
Miker asked if that was if Tilly your only player you had a first round grade on that didn't get drafted.
I had Najee Marshall ranked 29th. I had Mason Jones ranked 32nd. I had Tyshawn Alexander ranked 34th. So a lot of fringe first, second round guys going undrafted.
Yeah, I had Dotson and Tilly 39 and 40, and they both went undrafted. Paul Aboa didn't go drafted. I thought someone would take a chance on him.
Yeah.
But for the most part, almost everyone else did. Oh, Yam didn't get drafted, did he?
Who?
Yam Mater?
Yeah, he did.
Or did he get?
He got drafted.
Where did he go?
I forget.
Yeah.
Alright.
So for the most part, So a guy I kind of like, and he didn't get drafted because he's 23. Is Trevelyan Queen.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen him at all?
I've heard about him. I haven't really watched him or anything.
I kind of like his games, but
Is he what position? Isn't he a wing?
he's like a shooting guard type. Yeah. kind of skinny.
All right, now we can actually look at Woj, and we'll break you any undrafted free agent signings, because there's bound to be a bit right now.
Good night, Tim Wilson. Have a good one.
Milwaukee, Sam Merrill is a Milwaukee pick. Eric's trying to hide out the bottom of the screen.
What?
You're trying to hide below the screen.
You moved it down when you changed that.
No, I did, bro. If I moved it down anymore, it's the call. So, yeah, come on, you gotta stay in focus as I go out of focus because autofocus.
Well, I was in the picture when you moved the bottom ticker off. It messed it up.
You want to fight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go.
Mount Tabor. Yeah, so we'll break undrafted free agent signings. We'll see if Portland actually makes a signing like that. Right after the draft last year, they...
Have a good night, Damani.
Yeah, if you guys are tuning out, thank you for tuning in. Catch you guys later. Let's see if we get some undrafted free agent signings, because there's a lot of guys that were undrafted that I think shouldn't have been. Mason Jones... I think it's kind of ridiculous that guy went undrafted. Tilly, I kind of understand if people were scared of his injuries, but I feel bad for my guy, man. Yeah, it's just there's always guys that go undrafted that don't make sense to me. And Tilly's one of them. Mason Jones one of them.
We don't know, Damani. They sometimes you find out about it like a half an hour to an hour after the draft. Just people signing right away. You also have some agents that beg for players not to get drafted just so they can kind of choose where they go towards the end of a draft. But yeah, not sure. And then everything's different this season. Who knows? Some of the rules they don't care about, some of them they do. Yeah, it's tough to know.
Announce Tilly to Portland, I wish, man. But no, we'd rather have CJ Ellaby.
Why did Dallas trade Seth Curry? Felt like he played good for them last season. Yeah, I completely agree. I think that's going to be a huge mistake for Dallas. And that actually helps us, I think, in the race. If for those people who think that Dallas is better than us, I think they took a step back tonight.
Yeah, they sacrificed our floor spacing for defense, but Josh Richardson, I don't know. I've never really thought he was like a lockdown guy like people act like he is. Have we been
miss you
streaming
too,
for 6
Damani.
hours? Yeah, man. Just
really
wait
wanna
until
play
free
this.
agency. It'll be a longer stream than this. We have 3 marathon streams each year. It's draft night, free agency, and the trade deadline. The thing is, we're going to have 5 of those in the course of like 8 to 9 months. You know what I mean? Like, because the next draft is going to be like, what, July? It's a short turnaround for the next draft. And that next draft is going to be popping, man. There's some really good prospects in it. About to start studying. No, I'm just kidding. I need to take a break. It's nice to not be like focused on putting out draft profiles anymore, because we ended up recording multiple draft profiles.
You got to put them all out real quick.
Dude, it's so much editing. Those took a lot of effort to put out. Next year, for the next draft, we'll start like 2 months earlier on putting those out probably, and I'll start like even earlier than that on putting together graphics and maybe the intros and whatnot. So I want to get 60
Trevin's
out.
right. As of right now, we don't have a pick next year.
True, unless we botch the season. But we generally try.
If we do have a pick,
it
would mean we didn't. Well, I haven't seen that for sure yet. So someone posted that it was like lottery protected for a while, but I have not seen any for sure protections on the pick we gave up.
Yeah, let me see. Is anything broken yet? Y'all hit me up, or y'all post. You can post in chat anything from Woj and Shams now. Because normally it's like generally starts 5 minutes after the draft or so.
So Java says his reasoning is for Ellaby is that she didn't want to use a roster spot and he wasn't able to flip the pick for future seconds. That's dumb though, because you take like an international prospect and stash him, or you like there was 8 million trades. Like there's no way you couldn't have just given it away for free if you didn't want the pick. That makes no sense to me, but yeah. But so because Dotson, I I want to say it was from the same people that were talking about Scrub to us.
Mm-hmm.
They were saying he was going to sneak potentially up into the late teens, early
Dotson?
20s. Yeah, and then there was when the rumors came out about us and Scrub in 16, they were saying that like he was going to sneak into the first round and he went like 58th or something. There was the rumors about there was someone else like creeping up that went late second. It's just so dumb. That's why Reese, I tell you, like don't get sucked into all these rumors because
yeah, Laser fans in general, yeah. Surprising.
Because I don't even know. Like I didn't hear a single. I mean, obviously, no one really cared about CJ Ellaby, but like, I mean, there was nothing linking us to him or anything like that. So you never know.
So Lamar Stevens is actually another intriguing guy that went undrafted. He has agreed to a two-way deal with Cleveland. These should start rattling off pretty fast. I'm curious what like legit contracts, not two-way contracts. The thing is, two-way contracts are kind of like legit contracts this year. So, you got Lamar Stevens. I just want to see Portland. Because on a draft night, it said we signed Jalen Horde, and I was actually pretty happy about that. And Jalen Horde is a guy that might deserve to be on the roster next year. I like Jalen Horde, man. I like his game. So we'll see here. Devin Dotson
to the Bulls.
Yep. It doesn't say if that is a two-way contract or not. Oh, the notifications open.
I loved it for the Clippers because they turned Shamet into and got rid of Magruder's contract for Kennard, who I think is upgrade. Not that Shamet is a bad player or anything, but to get the 19th pick for him when Schroeder was only worth the 28th pick, that just seems like a steal for me. And then on top of that, you flip the 19th pick and then get a really good fit on your roster. Yeah, and then they got Jay Scrub later towards the end of the second, so that's a guy that can learn from Kawhi and Paul George and stuff, and maybe develop into something. So yeah, I like what the Clippers did tonight. And Shamet, yeah, is obviously a good shooter, but they recouped most of that shooting when they got Kennard.
Yep, I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Okay. Just let me know if you guys see any other signings. This stream's 4 hours. The other one got taken off. We've been streaming since a little after 3:30 though, so yeah, like 5.5 hours or something, almost 6 hours. Seed predictions are tough without knowing free agency. With the Klay Thompson news today, I said we were, in my opinion, right there in the 5th range. I think we're better than teams like Dallas and the Suns and Utah and stuff like that. Golden State probably falls a little bit, so I think we could be better than them. So then you're talking about us right there with the Lakers, Clippers, and Nuggets. The Nuggets may lose Jeremy Grant and Paul Millsap. If they retain Grant, it's probably not as big of a fall off. But yeah, it's I think we're going to be right there. And the thing is, Portland doesn't use load management at all. So a lot of those teams in the shortened season, like the Lakers and Clippers, are going to rest those guys so they're healthy for the playoffs. So we might be able to sneak a couple spots higher than we might be like skill-wise just because of the fact that we're going to play all 72 games most likely. Sorry, Ben, darling. Your boy Ashton Hagen signed with Minnesota. I'm not sure, Westbrook. Just kind of seeing if any other news happens tonight. Definitive One asks what happens with Melo, Hassan, and Hood. I'm expecting us to re-sign Hood on like a 3 or 4 4-year deal. Hassan and Melo, I don't think are gonna be back. Melo could possibly. I think we're gonna offer him a contract. I don't know if he's gonna accept it or go back to a place like New York or whatever. Whiteside, so hard to know what they're feeling because, in my opinion, it's gotten to the point where I don't know if we should re-sign him. If we can get a good bargain on him, it's probably fine. But like Olshey came out after the trade deadline and talked about how he's like the best center in the NBA and he averages a ton of blocks and stuff. So I don't know if Olshey likes him still or not. Yeah, so that's tough to know. The most we can offer Hood is $10 million a year starting off. So I'd probably say like a 3-year, $24 million to $27 million contract. What?
You hella close. Why did the Blazers upload the video of them drafting Isaiah Stewart to their YouTube page? I don't get that.
Because social media people don't understand
that we traded our pick.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if Little and Wenyan are going to get minutes because now that we traded for Rocco, if we re-sign Hood and we sign a guy like Paul Millsap or something, then we just need like a backup center then. Or you can move Collins to the backup center and you need a backup 4. I don't know if that leaves a lot of room for them, but Zach and Hood, if he's resigned, might not be ready for the start of the season, or they might bring him back cautiously. So Little and Gabriel will definitely get a chance at some point early in the season to earn minutes, and I hope they take advantage of it. I'm still really high on all their potential, but yeah, I don't know. I was just talking about, she doesn't know what she's missing by swerving on him. Little inside joke.
Bro, the people pissed off at like saying fire Olshey over a 2nd-round pick are just showing their true colors and how they'll just like freak out on Olshey for anything. Like the best part about Olshey, like his biggest strength is that he hits on 2nd-rounders. How many 2nd-rounders have we drafted that have turned into role players? Honestly, more than half the players that get drafted in the 2nd round normally don't turn into anything. So I can name 5 off the top of my head that turned into legit role players. You have Will Barton, Alan Crabb, Jake Layman, Pat Connaughton, Gary Trent Jr. I can't even think of any other 2nd-rounders that we took, let alone one that we missed on. So people just gotta chill. Like, bruh, like, it's a bunch of casual people that didn't know a single name that was drafted in the 2nd round tonight other than Jay Scrubb, and they're getting like pissed off saying fire Olshey because of this pick. Like it's ridiculous. It's so stupid, and it just shows that people just want to complain at him and rant at him for anything. Like, I don't like the pick, but I'm willing to trust Olshey because he's hit on 2nd round picks time and time again. So I'm willing to trust him and wait and see on it. And definitely not going to sit here screaming, fire Neal over the 46th pick. That's stupid.
Here's the problem. Everyone has to be extreme one way or the other. And obviously our country has turned into that, right? But, so you can't just be, like, disappointed in the pick, but not, like, be like, oh, fire Olshey, he sucks, he took CJ Elleby, like, you have to do that if you didn't like the pick, or you have to love the pick and, like, praise him for everything he does, right? And, like, there's no middle ground. And then people, so, like, you'll defend that and say, like, come on, guys, this is a 2nd round pick, and they'll be like, oh, you love Olshey, you're such an Olshey apologist, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, dude, we're just saying, like, chill, like, yeah, it's okay. Be disappointed if you want, but don't. This isn't going to affect the direction of the franchise. We've already made the direction-changing move to bring in Robert Covington. And it's just like, I didn't know how many times I saw on Twitter over the last, even Monday night after we got off the stream, through the draft today. I haven't been on Twitter since the draft started, but like people saying like, when's Olshey going to make another move? He needs to do something. We can't just do nothing. All these other teams are making moves. Like, dude, we just traded for Robert Covington and gave up 2 firsts. We don't have a lot of more options to trade and stuff like that. It's like chill out. Like, we can only make a couple trades this summer. We made a big one, and it was probably bigger than most of us were expecting. So like, I don't know. It's just this is frustrating. But like, I don't want to have to. This is what always happens. Like, I'll be mad like Olshey doesn't use the crowd exception, and I'll be like really mad and upset at Olshey, but then someone will say something really stupid like he should be fired because he didn't use it or something, and then I have to defend him, and then people think like you can't be impartial anymore. You have to either love him or hate him. I'm just kind of ranting, but
yeah,
Zane's still crying.
It just gets annoying, man. It's like, bro, I could only imagine if these people that complained about Olshey for the littlest things, if they complained the same way about Stotts, man. Like, you know what I mean? It's just, Stotts gets every excuse in the book, but people aren't willing to, but people are like crucifying Olshey for drafting a second-round pick when the last 5 second-round picks he's drafted as a Trailblazer GM have been really good picks.
And like I said, I was not high in the Collins pick, but like Collins, if he ever like stays healthy and learns to control a little bit of stuff like fouls and can stay on the floor, he's a really good, solid player. He's like, I wouldn't say perfect, but he's like a really nice fit with the other pieces we have. And it's not always about just getting another star and a star and a star. Sometimes you need to fit the pieces with the stars you have. So like I've come full circle on Collins. Like I still think that was a good pick, despite not liking it on draft night. Like I mentioned earlier, I did not like the getting Layman trade. I thought that was like a totally unnecessary move. I didn't like trading 2 second-round picks for Gary Trent on draft night. But all those have ended up paying off. So like, I'm not going to get too upset about it. Yeah, I'm disappointed that we took him over some of the other people available. But I'll wait I'll give CJ a fair chance.
Let's look at the Western Conference. What Western Conference playoff teams took an L today? The Warriors, by no fault of their own. You know, Klay Thompson probably lost for the season, but like that's an L, knocks him downward. The Mavericks took an L today. The Clippers took a dub. The Nuggets had a solid draft. The Jazz, meh. Nothing impactful. What other playoff teams am I missing? The Suns took Jalen Smith 10, like solid pick, okay, but meh value for the 10th pick, okay. There's another playoff team I'm forgetting.
Did you say Rockets?
No, they ain't a playoff team no more.
I know.
You know what I mean? Like only one Western Conference team took a dub in the draft today. I feel like a legitimate dub, and that's the Clippers. But it's not like a dub where it's like, oh, they added a star for nothing, or like got an insane prospect for nothing. They added Luke Kennard, like good move. That's a dub, but bro, it's not like anything really meaningful, impactful to the West happened right now, and it was likely that the 46th pick was never gonna pan out anyway. So people just got chill, like.
Tilly signed with Memphis.
I wanted Tilly. He deserved more than a 2-way deal. Oh, you know what's dope about that, though? He gets to pair up with Brandon Clark. They were teammates. They were teammates last year. He gets to play with Brandon Clark.
Yeah.
That's a good pickup by Memphis.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's a guy who really wanted 46, but I'm not going to crucify Olshey for it.
Memphis has such a fun, roster they're building.
Oh, I know, man. They drafted the fullback who plays like a stretch 4 in the body of a shooting guard with no arms. AKA Desmond Bane.
Sherman's got a good point. Technically, that trade the Rocco trade couldn't be completed till after we picked, so technically that was a draft day trade. So we got a dub tonight. What are you doing?
What? What?
You just had this like weird look on your face, and then you were like typing angrily, and then like hitting your mouse really hard. It sounded like.
You know what I did? It goes along with what I did. Oh my goodness! Oh, that's funny. If somebody, I wonder if somebody in chat knows what I was doing right there. Could somebody in chat tell me? If some of y'all should know if you guys are in the know, if you know what I mean.
Isaac Thomas, they'll just sign with them and then go report straight to training camp in a couple weeks. I don't know. I wasn't saying the Rockets were going to be a playoff team. I was saying I thought he was listing the playoff teams from last year, so that's where it looks like Mason Jones signed with the Rockets.
Good pickup for them. Was it a two-way? Or was it a legit contract?
It must have been, yeah. Are you Twitter beefing with Chad?
No. No.
Danny?
No.
So one of those guys?
Are they freaking out?
I want to know how many views
exactly,
there.
You ain't playing with no one.
So it sounds like where'd it go? Najee thinks the Mavs possibly got better tonight. Yeah.
No, they didn't. Seth Curry was so underrated. Seth Curry is better than Josh Richardson. Seth Curry was huge for them. Seth Curry's an underrated defender too, man. Like, Seth Curry was huge for them last year. One of the most underrated players in the league, and they traded him for Josh freaking Richardson.
Yeah, I feel like it's especially magnified because of a couple like huge games against us. But I feel like Josh Richardson's kind of an overrated guy from our fan base, especially what he did to us in the game in the bubble. But like normally, I mean, I want to say Seth Curry's like 10% better from three than he is. And like we talked about earlier, that the Dallas lost a lot of shooting with Curry going in and bringing in a guy like Josh Richardson, who was a 34% three-point shooter last year. So, yeah, he's a solid defender. That's true, but I don't think he's a good fit as a guard next to Luka, because they're gonna, especially without Porzingis for at least the first month of the season, if not longer. They're not. I know they have like Kleber and Tim Hardaway Jr. can space the floor a little bit if they keep him, but overall they lost a lot of spacing for Luka, and if he's not able to get the ball into the paint, it kind of takes away some of his effectiveness. So I don't like losing shooting for that this year. But
I love that trade for Philadelphia.
Yeah,
Philadelphia had a good draft today. Who else?
Seth Curry's a perfect fit next to Ben Simmons in that offense, and he'll do well with Embiid as well. Like, I really like that a lot.
That Horford trade was a dub. Getting out of his contract for only one first-round pick and getting back one useful player, maybe two, if they could, I don't know, tap into Terrence Ferguson a little bit, but Danny Green's a solid fit. Did they trade Danny Green after that? No, that was OKC that traded Danny Green after him. Yeah, so Danny Green, and then they get Seth Curry, who's like a phenomenal three-point shooter that could, like, be their starting, like, point guard in terms of height, but Ben Simmons would run the point and Seth Curry could play off the ball, like...
They added Tyrese Maxey. I think
they got Tyrese Maxey, 21 overall. Yeah, Philadelphia was one of the biggest winners of the draft. Philadelphia had a great draft. I'll have a video reviewing all that. And on NBA Uprise tomorrow. If you're not subscribed to my NBA channel, I'll plug it in the chat one more time.
Like Defended One said, Seth's a good underrated defender. The problem is... and this is why I'm not too high on bringing in like a really good backup point guard, because when you have Dame and CJ, there's only like 12 minutes available at the backup point guard. Otherwise, you're having to play that point guard at like the 3 spot, which we've had to do with Napier and Seth Curry when he was here. And so the problem is when we're playing, like Seth Curry shoots like 45% for 3 from us, and we need to get him on the floor. But then you have to take out Dame or CJ to get him on the floor in clutch time, or you're playing 3 guys all under like 6'4", and it's hard to build a good defense when you're doing that. So like he was great for us, but like in that role, it's not great for him personally, because now on Philadelphia, and like he was on Dallas last year, he can guard the point guard, and Ben Simmons can guard whatever the best like perimeter player is. It was not anywhere near the same problem as it was here. So yeah, I really like that fit.
People are talking about how Marko Semenovic, a guy that the Bulls drafted as 34, I think that's probably a different Marko Semenovic.
Yeah, getting confused with someone.
Yeah, I've seen multiple people talking about it.
Unless he flat out found a way to lie about his age or something.
Yeah, so we're going to log off soon. We will stream... tomorrow over on our second streaming channel. We'll kind of recap the draft a little bit and preview free agency, mostly from a Blazers-centric standpoint. I will plug that channel in the chat as well. We usually like to keep our streams and videos separate, other than like big streams and post-game shows. So here's the link for that channel. I can't type. And we will go live around 9 p.m. tomorrow night, recapping this draft preview and free agency. That's the goal of tomorrow. Friday, we will have a free agency stream going live about 15 minutes before the start of free agency, and we will cover all the signings on the first day of free agency. That'll be on this channel. It shouldn't have any hiccups because there's not really anything I'm going to do graphically for it. I might have like a ticker along the bottom recapping signings or something. I'll figure something out, but it won't be like everything I was trying to do today that crashed OBS.
Yeah. Damani said he would seg his on-ball D off Simmons and just face guard Curry, which is good thing. But that's why they should just have, if they're going to play Simmons and Embiid together, they should have 3 shooters on the floor with those guys. So I like the move of getting Curry, and that does take if you're face guarding Curry, it does take one guy out of being able to compact the lane against Simmons. So I do like that overall. But yeah, that's definitely how I would attack the Sixers as well. But
yeah, I agree. So yeah, we'll be streaming tomorrow night. If you guys have questions, should be a few less people in there. Should be able to answer some more of your questions, and we'll watch some CJ Ellaby highlights and see what we think about him. I guess dive a little bit deeper on him.
I gotta find a way to make this work. The Portland CJlers, the Portland
CJlers, like
CJlers.
Wait, so like
I'm trying to make CJlers.
So like that.
Yeah. Because Westbrook said,
it would be
peace out,
Jazers, CJzers.
Portland Trail CJs? No, that doesn't sound
Man,
good.
Olshey loves the CJs. For real. Watch, we're going to like bring CJ Watson out of retirement or something. Who knows? Anyway, yeah, we'll catch you guys tomorrow night, and hopefully catch you guys on Friday for that free agency live stream. That should be popping off. I'm looking forward to that. 2 of our biggest streams of the year in only 3 days. Kind of crazy. But yeah, so draft is a wrap. We'll have a video on NBA Uprise tomorrow or Friday going over some winners and losers. And until then, hope you guys have a good rest of your night, good rest of your week. And we'll see you whenever you tune in next. Until then, for the Blazer fans at least, you got to hit them with the normal sign-off. For you NBA fans, thank you for tuning in. For you Blazers fans, as always, peace out. Go Blazers.